Let's pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and legislative assemblies for the welfare of the society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider our matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Yeah. Members, let's settle down. Good morning, honorable members. You are most welcome to this sitting for this morning. We can have the clerk start us off. Proceed, clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
We have several papers to be laid on the table. And I wish to invite Honorable Nicholas Nzioka to come and lay the first paper. Honorable Nzioka, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to lay the following papers on the table of the Assembly today, Wednesday, 12th March 2025. Number 1, half-year departmental report for financial year 2024-2025 for the Department of Lands, Physical Planning. Number 2, the 9 report of the Committee on Appointments on vetting of nominee for appointment to the position of County Executive Committee member, Department of Water, Irrigation, Environment, and Climate Change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Majority Leader. Another paper is to be laid by Honorable Joanna Munyao. Honorable Joanna Munyao, come on. Sorry.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. I have a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Just have a seat. Before you go there is an anomaly. Also, Honorable Johanna, you may take your seat, both of you. I have noticed that I did not commit the first paper to the relevant committee. And I want, at this moment, to commit the first paper, that is half-year departmental report for the financial year 2024-2025, to the Committee on Lands and Energy. Thank you. At this point in time, I invite Honorable Johanna to come forward and make the presentation.
Madam Speaker, I have a point of order before that presentation. I have a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Yes.
Just tell me which point of order you are relying
And
on.
study number 87, Madam Speaker. Yes.
What does it?
I need to be given time. Wait, I be given time to read the facts. Yes.
Madam Speaker, we have 2 members on their feet. Can you give direction on who should be on his feet?
I have a point of order, Madam Speaker, before we proceed.
We are not on any debate, Honorable Member.
It's about procedure, Madam Speaker. It's not about debate. Madam Speaker, my point of order is about not about debate. It's about procedure. Madam Speaker,
Honorable Member,
this is about House of Procedure,
Honorable Member,
and I'm
said
requesting to be given time to give point of order. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
We have not reached there, so I'll give you an opportunity when we reach.
I am standing under standing order number 87.
I have made a ruling.
Statement
that
of
I'll give
facts.
you an opportunity when time arrives.
The speaker is final.
Honorable Joanna.
Madam Speaker, I'm standing on a point of order number 87.
Can you respect the speaker, please?
Respect the speaker.
I'll give you an opportunity when we start debating, but now I have given.
Madam Speaker, it's about procedure. We can't go to the debate without following procedure.
Respect the speaker.
Madam Speaker, we cannot allow ourselves to go to a debate without following procedure, Madam Speaker.
Respect the speaker.
We cannot allow ourselves to go to a debate without following
The
procedure.
speaker is right.
Order, members. Honorable Katangi, please have a seat. Have a seat. Yeah. This is a house of order, and it is a house of procedure. When the speaker has made a ruling that it is not time yet for debates, and we cannot allow debates to start in the midst, please respect that ruling. And we cannot shout all over. We are giving a very bad image. Remember, members, we are live on YouTube, and we cannot just shout like that. The ruling of the speaker.
But, Madam Speaker, I'm not raising for debate. I'm raising on a point of order, Madam Speaker.
I want, honorable members, I
Madam-
want you to
Madam
listen
Speaker,
to this. Honorable majority,
Madam
please,
Speaker.
the speaker is on talking. Have
Yeah,
a seat.
but we also you keep saying this is the
Honor-
house of procedure. Then follow procedure, Madam Speaker.
What is the procedure?
Follow procedure.
The speaker is right.
Standing order number 103. Standing order number 103 talks about grossly disorderly conduct. Conduct is grossly disorderly if the member concerned creates actual disorder. Knowing raises a false point of order, uses or threatens violence against a member or other persons, persists in making serious allegations without, in the speaker's opinion, not adequately substantiated, otherwise abuses his or his privileges, deliberately gives false information to the House. What's more, I think the list is long. I have made a ruling, and let's just respect that. Honorable Joanna Munyao, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Honorable Johanna, representing the great people of Motituni and a member of County Assembly Service Board. Honorable Speaker, I wish to lay the following paper on the table of the Assembly today, Wednesday, 12th March 2025, report of the County Assembly Service Board on appointment of the 4th and 5th members of the County Assembly Service Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. May I also invite Honorable Jeremiah Kaloi, Chairperson, Trade, Economic Planning and Industrialization Committee, to come forward and lay another paper. Honorable Kaloi.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to lay the following paper on the table of the Assembly today, Wednesday, 12th March 2025. Report of Trade, Economic Planning and Industrialization Committee on Annual Development Plan for the financial year 2025-2026. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Another paper is being laid on the table by Honorable Dominic Ndambuki, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee. Honorable Ndambuki, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to lay the following paper on the table of the Assembly today, Wednesday, 12th March 2025, a report by the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the County Fiscal Strategy Paper 2025.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
At this moment, may I invite Honorable Johanna Munyao, Member County Assembly Service Board, to come forward and make the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 12 of the County Governments Act 2012 and Section 9 of the County Assembly Services Act, I wish to give notice of motion that this House adopts the report of the County Assembly Service Board on appointment of the 4th and 5th members of the County Assembly Service Board as laid on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 12th, 2025. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. May I invite Honorable Nicholas Nzioka, Leader of Majority, to come forward and give a notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to give notice of motion that this House adopts the 9th report of the Committee on Appointments on vetting of nominee for appointment to the position of County Executive Committee member, Department of Water, Irrigation, Environment and Climate Change, laid on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 12th March 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 35 of the County Governments Act 2022, Section 4 and 6 of the Public Appointment, that is County Assembly Approval Act of 2017, and Standing Order number 184, this House approves the nomination of Anastasia Wanyua Victor as County Executive Committee member for Water, Irrigation, Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. May I also invite at this point Honorable Jeremiah Kaloi to come forward and give a notice of motion. Honorable Kaloi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 126 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and the Standing Order 1905, I wish to give notice of motion that this Assembly adopt the report of the Trade, Planning and Illustration Committee on consideration of Annual Development Plan for the financial year 2025-2026 as laid on the table of this House today, Wednesday, 12th March 2025.
Thank you, Honorable Member. May I invite again Honorable Dominic Ndambuki to come forward and make a presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to give notice of motion that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on consideration of County Fiscal Strategy Paper 2025 for the financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 12th March 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 117 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 and Machakos County Assembly Standing Order number 205. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
On statements, I invite Honorable Nicholas Nzioka, Majority Leader, to come forward and present that statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee met today, 12 March 2025, to prioritize business for the House as forwarded by committees and honorable members pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 151, Suborder 6D. The committee balloted business as follows. Wednesday morning, 12 March 2025 at 10 a.m. A, report of the County Assembly Service Board on appointment of the 4th and 5th member of the County Assembly Service Board by the Honorable Johanna Munyao. B, report on vetting of nominee for appointment to the position of County Executive Committee member, Department of Water, Irrigation, Environment and Climate Change by the Honorable Nicholas Nzioka. C, report on the annual development plan for the financial year 2025-2026 by the Honorable Jeremiah Kaloi. Wednesday afternoon, 12 March 2025 at 2:30 p.m. A, statement on status of boreholes in Wamonyu Ward by Honorable Justice Mutuku. B, statement on status of Machakos Youth Empowerment Program by the Honorable Paul Wambua. C, report on the County Physical Strategy Paper for 2025 by the Honorable Dominic Ndambuki. And D, alteration of the calendar and adjournment of the House for short recess by the Honorable Nicholas Nzioka. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Next order.
Order number 8, special motion, approval of report on appointments of the 4th and 5th members of the County Assembly Service Board.
At this point, I invite Honorable Johanna Munyao, Member County Assembly Service Board, to come forward and move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 12 of the County Governments Act 2012 and Section 9 of the County Assembly Services Act, I wish to move the motion that this House adopts the report of the County Assembly Service Board on appointment of the 4th and 5th members of the County Assembly Service Board as laid on the table of the House today, 12th Wednesday 2025. Madam Speaker, I wish to call upon Honorable Dominic Maitha to second my motion.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Joanna.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Maitha.
I'm raised on a point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm standing on a point of order, standing order number 87.
You don't have permission.
Let's proceed with this.
Honorable Maitha.
I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the County Assembly Service Board on appointment of the 4th and 5th members of the County Assembly Service Board as laid on the table of the House today, 12th March 2025.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
I invite members.
Point of order, Madam
Point
Speaker.
of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Madam
Speaker.
Point of order. Point of order.
Madam Speaker, I'm standing on a point of order to give facts on this
87.
House. Standing order number 87, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm standing on a point of order, Madam Speaker.
What a point of order.
Can you raise your issues when we start the debate?
Madam Speaker, it cannot wait. Madam Speaker, I'm raising on a point of order before the debate starts.
Madam Speaker, before we proceed with
Madam
any
Speaker.
debate, we have to make sure that we are
Madam
following
Speaker.
procedure.
Madam
Procedure is not
Speaker.
being followed. This is a house
Madam
of
Speaker.
procedure. This is a house of
Madam
procedure.
Speaker, this is a house of procedure.
Honorable
Madam
members.
Speaker, this is a house of procedure.
Honorable
I am
members,
rising.
I am going.
I am
Madam
rising.
Procedure,
I am
this is a
rising.
house of procedure.
I am rising. I am
Madam
rising.
Speaker,
It is a house of procedure. House of procedure. House of procedure, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, it's the highest time you stood on your ground.
This is too much.
Let's follow the procedures as laid down.
And it starts with you.
Orders. Let's follow the procedures as laid down in our standing orders. Members, Honorable Majority Leader, let's follow the procedures.
No.
I am going to give people an opportunity to debate the matter. Yes.
Madam Speaker.
No.
It is not followed.
Allow the speaker to proceed procedurally.
No.
Procedurally.
Madam
Yes.
Speaker,
Thank you.
I am rising on point order number 87.
Honorable Majority
Yes.
Leader,
I have not been given permission to cite the. May I have your? May I
I am
have?
going to give opportunities wakati wa debate.
And I'm rising for you to give me the opportunity.
No.
I am asking for you to allow me prosecute my.
Yes.
I am addressing Madam.
No.
Opportunity
Madam
during the
Speaker.
debate.
Madam
Yes,
Speaker.
during the debate.
Madam Speaker. No, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
We have quorum.
Madam Speaker.
We have quorum.
Madam Speaker.
Madi.
This matter. Order members. Order members. Can we be seated? Order members.
Let us respect the chair, please. Let us respect the speaker.
Honorable members.
No, I can't.
If I get this, honorable members.
Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
members.
Madam
Can we
Speaker.
have one meeting? The speaker is on his feet. The speaker is on his feet.
Let us respect the speaker, please.
Honorable members, let's pick it up. Honorable members, can I have members seated? Can we have members keep quiet? We have one meeting. I am the only person who is entitled to give members opportunity to make their presentation. We do not have two speakers here. We only have one speaker, members. And I'm going to give members opportunities to debate the matter. So for now, allow me to procedurally follow the way we normally follow.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Speaker has not given you permission.
Majority Leader, I have
I am
said,
addressing
allow
Madam
me,
Speaker. And Madam Speaker, please protect me.
Don't be biased.
Speaker, please.
don't force your way.
Madam Speaker.
Don't force your way.
Point of
Madam
information.
Speaker, please protect me.
Point of
I want
information,
you to
Madam
protect
Speaker.
me.
Point of information, Madam Speaker. Point of information.
Order, members. Order, members. If members, you continue shouting and interrupting when I am on my feet and I am doing my work, I'm going to throw whoever is going to do that out of this. That is the ruling, and it has to be respected. Let's proceed. I now, before I invite members to debate this motion, I will allow the mover of the motion to come and highlight on the report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to give highlights on the report. Madam Speaker, if you allow, I may not discuss the mandate of the board, or I just go through everything.
Madam Speaker, point of order. Madam Speaker, point of order.
Madam Speaker,
point of order.
Pursuant to the provisions of the County Assembly Services Act number 24 of 2017, the board consists of the Speaker of the County Assembly as the chairperson, 2 members of the County Assembly nominated by the political parties represented in the County Assembly according to their proportion of members in their County Assembly, and C, 1 man and 1 woman appointed by the County Assembly from amongst persons who are experienced in public affairs but are not members of the County Assembly. Current membership, Honorable Ann Kiusia, Speaker, who is also the chairperson. Honorable Felix Ngui, representing Majority Party, who is the Vice Chair. Honorable Johanna Munyao, representing Minority Party. 3rd member, Mr. Alex Kitili, 4th member. Ms. Janet Kimeu, 5th member. Mr. Dennis Mutui, acting secretary, and who is also the acting clerk to the Assembly. Procedure for appointment. Notification to the public. Madam Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the first schedule of the County Assembly Services Act 2017, and following a meeting of the County Assembly Service Board held on 29 October 2024, it was resolved that the recruitment of the 4th member and the 5th member of the County Assembly Service Board be done. Consequently, an advertisement was placed in the Nation newspaper on 31st October 2024, notifying the public of 2 vacancies for the positions of the 4th and 5th member of the County Assembly Service Board.
Can we have one meeting, members?
There is annexure number 1. The vacancies attracted a total of 26 applicants as outlined below. Thomas Katu Angui, Fidelis Mukuyu Musyoka, Nancy Oudo Dala, James Kinyanjui Njenga, Viona Siokao Mutua, Mulei Thomas Musyoka, Christine Koki Mwoki, Jacqueline Ziva Munyao, Lawrence Mwema Kivuitu, Hawin Mwendwa Bonfas, Jennifer Mbula Kilonzo, Alex Nyamai Kitili, Lydia Nyawira Burira, Anthony Mwachofi Mwanyuma, Bernard Odicho, Abdallah Hassan, Bonfas Kilonzo Mutiso, Cynthia Katumbi Madhi, Josephine Mwema Mutunga, Francis Chamia, Christopher Musyoka Muteti, Luka Judawewa, Julius Ngumbao Mwengei, Janet Mikali Kimeu, Caroline Molondu Bosco, and Jackson Wambua Mudhini. Requirements for appointment. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 9(1) of the County Assembly Services Act 2017, as indicated in the advertisement, a person shall not be qualified for appointment as a member of the board unless such person is a Kenyan citizen, holds a degree from a university recognized in Kenya, has at least 10 years experience in public affairs, and meets the requirements of leadership and integrity in Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Selection process. Madam Speaker, in the selection process, the board was guided by Section 8 and 9 of the County Assembly Services Act 2017, which provides that in nominating or appointing any person as a member of the board, the County Assembly shall have regard to 1, the national values and principles set out in Article 10 of the Constitution, and the community and cultural diversity of the county. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting that 2 members of the County Assembly Service Board, Mr. Alex Nyamai Kitili and Ms. Janet Mikali Kimeu, declared their interest in the positions of member County Assembly Service Board and consequently recused themselves from participating in the selection process in accordance with Section 16 of the Leadership and Integrity Act number 19 of 2012. Consequently, the 2 members filled the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Form D on declaration of conflict of interest. Annex number 2. Honorable Speaker, Their decision to step aside was in line with the principles of transparency, fairness, and good governance, ensuring that the recruitment process remains impartial and free from any conflict of interest. This reaffirms the County Assembly Service Board's commitment to conducting a credible and merit-based selection process in strict adherence to relevant laws and regulations. Further, Honorable Speaker, the Speaker received an advisory or rather caution on appointment of Machakos members of County Assembly Service Board, reference number ESEC MCKS 7/10/1, volume 3, 37 from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, whereby the Commission in part noted, and I quote, "It has come to the attention of the Commission that the Machakos County Assembly Service Board is in flagrant violation of the breach of Article 77 of the Constitution and Section 26 of Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, is considering to appoint a full-time public officer, to wit, a teacher and a trade union official as a member of the CASIP, a position contemplated under Section 12, 3D of the County Governments Act 2012. End of quote. The Commission further advises the Speaker to ensure compliance with the provisions of the Constitution and the law in the appointment of a member of CASIP without fail. See Annexure 3. Honorable Speaker, based on requirements under paragraph 2 above and the provisions of the Constitution contemplated herein, the County Assembly Service Board shortlisted candidates for the 2 positions of member County Assembly Service Board via an advertisement in the Nation newspaper of 27 February 2025, where the public was notified that candidates had been listed for 2 positions of member County Assembly Service Board. The advertisement also notified applicants for the said position to visit
one meeting
the County Assembly of Machakos website, www.machakosassembly.go.ke, for names of the shortlisted candidates and the schedule of interviews. Annexure number 4. Madam Speaker, the following 8 candidates were shortlisted for interviews, which were set to take place on 10th March 2025 at the times indicated below. Jennifer Mbula Kilonzo was to attend at 9 a.m., Alex Nyamai Kitili, 9:40 a.m., Janet Mikali Kimeu, 10:20 a.m., Viona Siokau Mutua, 11 a.m., Christine Koki Mwoki, 11:40 a.m., Jackson Wambua Mudhini, 12:20 p.m., Owen Mwendwa Boniface, 2 p.m., Luka Juda Wewa, 2:40 p.m. Annexure number 5. Face-to-face interview. Madam Speaker, one of the shortlisted candidates, Mr. Owen Mwendwa Boniface, withdrew his application for the position via an email sent to the County Assembly official email info@machakosassembly.go.ke on 3rd March 2025 at 6:05 p.m. and therefore did not appear for interview. See Annexure number 6. Honorable Speaker, the face-to-face interviews for the remaining 7 shortlisted candidates took place on 10th March 2025. The candidates were required to provide their original academic and professional certificates and clearance certificates from Higher Education Loans Board, ESCC, DCI, CRB, and KRA, which were verified against the copies provided at the application stage. The candidates were interviewed using a uniform interview guide, Annexure number 7, to ensure objectivity. Each panelist scored the candidates out of 100% against the answers he or she provided to the set questions. The totals for all the panelists were obtained and average taken. The average score formed the basis of ranking the candidates for the 4th and 5th member of the County Assembly Service Board. The actual interviews for each candidate. Honorable Speaker, the panelists were guided by the assessment form provided in the 2nd schedule of the Public Appointments Act number 5 of 2017 in interviewing the candidates. See Annexure 8. Honorable Speaker, with a pass mark of 60% having been set before the interviews began, Each panelist scored the candidates out of 100%, following which the board obtained an average score which formed the basis for the ranking of the candidates. Honorable Speaker, below are the actual approval hearing scores for each of the candidates. The first one, Jennifer Mbula Kilonzo. I'll not discuss the individual marks per each category. I'll only give the totals for the panelists because members, you have the report with you. The first panelist scored 51, the second panelist 41, the third panelist 69. The second was Alex Kitili, Nyamai Kitili. The first panelist scored 96%, the second 44%, and the third 96%. Janet Kimeu, Mwikali Kimeu. The first panelist scored 81%, the second panelist scored 45%, the third panelist scored 83%. Viona Siokau Mutua, the first panelist scored 86%, the second panelist scored 96%, the third panelist scored 94%. Christine Koki Mwoki, the first panelist scored 58%, the second panelist scored 32%, the third panelist scored 53%. Jackson Wambua Mudhini, the first panelist scored 72%, the second panelist 46%, the third panelist 81%. Luka Judawewa, the first panelist scored 69%, the second panelist scored 97%, the third panelist scored 69%. Ranking and observations. Honorable Speaker, based on the scores for each candidate, an average score was taken for each candidate. The outcome was used to recommend the best candidate for each position. The recommendations are based on the candidate's ability to fulfill the requirements of the County Assembly Service Act number 24 of 2017 and Section 12(3)(d) of the County Governments Act number 17 of 2012. Ranking for the fourth member of the County Assembly Service Board. Candidates named panelist 1 up to the last, then their averages. Alex Nyamai Kitili, panelist number 1, 96, panelist number 2, 44, panelist number 3, 96, an average of 78.7%. The second, Luka Judawewa, first panelist 69, second panelist 97, third panelist 69, an average of 78.3%. The third, Jackson Wambua Muthini, first panelist 72%, second panelist 46%, third panelist 81%, an average of 66.3%. Observations. Honorable Speaker, from the above, the board observed that all the candidates for the position of fourth member of the County Assembly Service Board scored above the pass mark of 60%. The top scorer for the position of fourth member of the County Assembly Service Board was Alex Nyamai Kitili, who scored with a score of 78.7%. Ranking for the fifth member of the County Assembly Service Board. Fiona Siokau Mutua, first panelist 86%, second 96%, third 94%, an average of 92%. Janet Mikali Kimeu, first panelist 81, second panelist 45, third panelist 83, an average of 69.7%. Jennifer Mbula Kilonzo, first panelist 51, second panelist 41, third panelist 69, an average of 53.7%. Christine Koki Mwoki, first panelist 58, second panelist 32, third panelist 53, an average of 47.7%. Observations. Honorable Speaker, from the above, the board observed that two candidates for the position of fifth member of the County Assembly Service Board scored above the pass mark of 60%, while two scored below the pass mark. The top scorer for the position of the fifth member of the County Assembly Service Board was Ms. Viona Siokau Mutua with a score of 92%. Recommendation. Honorable Speaker, having been guided by the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Constitution Act, the County Assembly Services Act, and other relevant laws, The County Assembly Service Board of Machakos recommends that Mr. Alex Nyamai Kitili be appointed to the position of the 4th member of the County Assembly Service Board, and Ms. Viona Siokao Mutua be appointed to the 5th position member of the County Assembly Service Board. Acknowledgement. Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank all the members of the board, the office of the Speaker and that of the clerk for their dedication and divided attention and contributions during the entire selection process. On behalf of the board and pursuant to the provisions of the Section 4 of the first schedule of the County Assembly Services Act number 24 of 2017, it is my pleasure and duty to present to the House the County Assembly Service Board report on the appointment of the 4th and 5th members of the Machakos County Assembly Service Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. At this point, I invite members to debate on this
Point of
motion.
information before we start the debate, Madam Speaker.
Honorable
Point of information before we start debate, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. I support the report by the County Assembly Service Board on the appointment of the 2 nominees. Madam Speaker, from the report that has been read to us, the 2 nominees that have been appointed, the nominee, one of the nominee was a serving member of the same board, and that, Madam Speaker, confirms that he has the prerequisite experience and qualification to serve on that board. Same case to the second nominee. Madam Speaker, as I submit, I also want to applaud the County Assembly's Service Board member for the minority side for standing firm against a very heavy tide that was trying to blow and allow corruption, intimidation, and unfairness. Madam Speaker, this is a house of law, and that any activities or any action undertaken by this house must be of topmost integrity, adhering to Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya. So, as the members of the minority side, we applaud Honorable Joanna Munyao for standing firm against impunity and coercion. So, feel appreciated, and we support the report. And Madam Speaker, it is high time. This house is known to stand for fairness and integrity. Madam Speaker, we can lose everything else, but we are not going to allow this house to be dragged into disrepute just to serve interest of a few selfish individuals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable PK.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I first of all congratulate the County Assembly Service Board, whereby the Speaker, you are the chair, and the 2 members from the divide of the House, that is majority and minority. Madam Speaker, I've gone through the report, and my attention has been drawn to some of the annexures which have been annexed to the report. That the board went ahead and they ensured that the integrity of both the applicants was up to the task and was in legal requirement. Number 2, I would like also to appreciate the fact that we have 2 arms of government that form the county government, that is the executive and the legislative. In this sense, the assembly has its own independence and autonomy, which cannot be swayed and which cannot be influenced. I want to say that this is the high time that, Madam Speaker, I have seen the marks which were awarded the position 1, position 2, position 3. The marks were awarded competitively, and it means that there was no malice and there was no over-doubt of what was happening. Madam Speaker, what I want to say is that the issue of 4th and 5th member, it's not about the defined of the House. It's not about the minority and majority in the House. If it's about the minority and majority, we gave them the 1st member and the 2nd member. But now we are talking about a 4th member and the 5th member, who is not sided to any side. The person who should be in this position should not be coming and saying that I was seconded by either minority or majority. That's a person who is for all the people in this assembly. Madam Speaker, I would like to say in this House that let nobody think that they can come and infringe the processes of the assembly. We are going to stand firm, and Madam Speaker, with all my body parts, I support the report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to support the report by our County Assembly Service Board. Then, Madam Speaker, I will stand before the floor of this House to congratulate the 2 nominees who have been brought before this House. I know one, Mr. Alex Kitili. He happens to come from my sub-county. He has served this 3rd Assembly diligently, and during his tenure as a 4th member, we have never had issues with the County Assembly Service Board. For continuity of the Machakos County Assembly Service Board, I will applaud the board for considering him for a second chance, and that will prosper the County Assembly of Machakos to higher heights. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I happen to have schooled with one Fiona Siokau back in Egerton University. I've known her for a while. She is a woman of integrity, a woman of great tenure, and with her in our service board, it's a great milestone for this assembly. So I stand to support the report, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Majority.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand here and in capital letters not to support the report. Number 1, procedurally, the report was supposed to be adopted by the board. The representative of to the board of the majority side has confirmed to me the board did not sit to adopt the report. Number 2, procedurally, if you don't sit in a committee, you cannot purport to second the content of a report where you did not sit. I wonder how the person who has seconded knew the content, or what was he seconding? So procedurally, the report is before the House, and procedurally, that must be recorded, and procedurally.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
I don't want to be informed.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
I don't want to be informed.
Point of taken, yes.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm standing here to tell my brother, who is the leader of majority, that the House cannot be held by technicalities. Madam Speaker, you are aware that the board, as it is constituted now, is not proper. We only have one representative from minority and one representative from majority. Madam Speaker, it is clear knowledge that that board has not been functioning properly. And the reason as to why, Madam Speaker, we now must hastily bring in the 4th and 5th member is to cure that problem. Now, relying
Point
on
of information, Madam Speaker.
relying on
Point of
technicalities
information.
to ensure that
The member is misleading the House, Madam Speaker. I have a point of information, Madam Speaker.
I'm on the floor. I'm on the floor.
Let him finish, and I'll give you an opportunity.
I want to be heard clearly and say that in a situation like the one we are faced with, whether a member does not sit in that committee or not, we must cure ourselves out of the problem here. We have seen the vice chairman of the board raising up even before the report is
Madam
made
Speaker,
public.
I don't think that is point information. He is debating.
I am informing you.
He is debating.
I cannot be held by technicalities here.
I know what I'm doing.
And if what you are doing is not part of the report, then you are
I
disorderly.
know what I'm doing. I am on the floor, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Majority, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of more information, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Maitha, what point of order is this?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, that aware that standing order number 27 suborder 2 provides that the Speaker shall interrupt business at 12:30 p.m. for the morning sitting. Aware that standing order number 27 suborder 3 provides the House may resolve to extend its sitting time. Honorable Speaker, aware that standing order number 27 suborder 4 requires motion to extend sitting time to be moved at least 30 minutes before the time appointed of adjournment. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion that the House resolves to extend its sitting time until the business of the day is completed. I call the Honorable Kisila to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. I now propose the question that this House resolves to extend its sitting time until the business of the day is concluded. I now put the question that this House resolves to extend its sitting time until the business of the day is concluded. As many are of the opinion, say aye. As many are of the contrary opinion, say nay. The ayes have it.
May I proceed, Madam Speaker?
Yeah, you may proceed.
May I proceed?
Yeah, yes.
Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the person who sought to inform me really misinformed the House. Why do I say that? The board consists of 5 members. Minus 2 members, the board had been consisting of 3 members, and I know it was sitting properly, unless you want to support him, to say that it was not properly constituted. I am addressing the Speaker and the House. Madam Speaker, I rise to object the report. First, because procedurally it has been brought, and procedurally because the board sitting was not called to adopt the report. Yet the report finds its house here. My member in the board has informed me.
Point of order taken. Honorable.
Madam Speaker, I'm standing order number 1. In cases not provided for, the Speaker to decide. Honorable Speaker, standing order number 1, suborder 1 says, where a matter is not expressly provided for these standing orders or by other orders of the House, any procedural question shall be decided by the Speaker. 2, a decision made in paragraph 1 shall be based on the Constitution of Kenya statute law and the usages, forms, precedents, customs, procedures, and traditions of the Assembly and the Parliament of Kenya and other jurisdictions to the extent that these are applicable to this Assembly. The majority leader is out of order because Madam Speaker is guided by standing order number 1. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let me make a ruling on that.
May I proceed, Madam Speaker? I was on the floor.
Are you not done?
No, I was not done.
Then just proceed and finish and make a ruling on the issues you are raising. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to bring to your attention that this House consists on the majority side and minority side. And this is a House that should be seen to promote democracy. It is, I don't know how to call it, it is wrong to suggest
that strength doesn't matter in this house. Strength matters for numbers. And that is why the fourth member should be brought by the majority side. I am addressing Madam Speaker. We will bring.
Proceed.
We will bring. Madam Speaker, so I pray that this House doesn't adopt that report.
Thank you. I want to make a ruling on the points raised so that you can progress. Issue number 1 was that adoption of the report. The report of the board was adopted this morning by members of the board. The composition of the members of the board is normally supposed to be 5, but because 2 of the members are not, cannot sit in adopting this report, which is affecting them, and because they had already given a declaration of conflict of interest, which was recorded, we remained 3, and the quorum is 2. So the quorum is 2 when we are 3, and so it was adopted. Issue number 2 is about seconding, and the provisions of our standing order number 1.
Madam Speaker, point of information.
Let me make my ruling. You are finished.
You cannot, majority, you cannot inform the speaker.
Madam Speaker, point of
You cannot inform the speaker while she's making a ruling.
Point of information.
You cannot inform the speaker.
I want to inform the House.
You cannot inform the speaker.
I want to inform the House.
Leader, you have your seat.
But Madam Speaker,
majority, you cannot inform the speaker.
Have your seat.
You are misleading the House.
You cannot tell the speaker is misleading the House. I'm relying on the provisions. Issue number 2 of issues of seconding the motion. Provisions of Order 54, motions to be seconded made. The question on any motion shall not be proposed unless it shall have been seconded, and any motion it is not seconded shall be deemed to have been withdrawn and shall not be moved again in the same session. Most of this particular issue that we are discussing is a motion. There is no provisions of our standing order that talks about that the seconder must be from the committee concerned. And so therefore, under those circumstances, anybody, any member can support this motion, which is what has happened.
Madam Speaker, point of information.
Issue number, the other issue was on what? I think the issues have been addressed. Let's proceed with the...
Put to the question.
Madam Speaker.
Put to the question, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you allow me to quote the county...
I can't. I have made a ruling. I cannot. I've made a ruling.
Please.
I have made a ruling based on the provisions of...
But I'm also holding the county assembly service vote.
Let's proceed, members. Honorable Mike.
I'm standing here to first congratulate the board for sitting and doing their work the way they are supposed to do. I'm very pleased
Let's
the way...
have one meeting.
Yes, I'm very much pleased, Madam Speaker, by the way how the marks have been tabulated. And I would urge the other committees in future, we have those marks tabulated, and in future we would love even instant results so that there is no any place for corruption, intimidation, sidelining, and even things that are not good. Madam Speaker, I fully support this report together with my Kalama people for the prosperity and the continuity of the welfare of Machakos members of County Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Mutia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to make some comments in regards to the business that is before us.
It is not right based on who brings it. It is not wrong based on who brings it. But it is judged if it meets the threshold of integrity, the threshold of the law. Honorable Speaker, at the end of the day, the question that we are raising, we will still raise them. The minority side have a right to take a position, and the majority side have a right to take a position. We have a right to reject this report, which we will do, because we believe it does not represent our views, it does not represent our thinking, it does not represent our interests. And anytime a subject is before us, we subject it to the law. If, yes, you said that you had the quorum, maybe because some members were not there. The second standing order that you have quoted to us, standing order number 1 saying that that which is not provided for in the standing order shall be provided for by the Speaker. Standing order number 2 saying that while exercising the powers in standing order number 1, the Speaker shall be guided by the law, by the Constitution, precedences, practices. I would like the Speaker perhaps to give us a practice in the Commonwealth, in the National Assembly, or even in this Assembly, where a report has been seconded by a member who does not sit in that committee. I'll also challenge the Speaker also to give us guidance that, yes, not the Speaker, but the House to make a thinking. Why does the report has to come to this floor if the majority side, the minority side should not have a say on who is in that report? Honorable Speaker, there is no law also which says...
Point of information, Madam. Point.
Madam Speaker, it is good and quite imperative for members to understand. The issue at discussion is not about the majority side or the minority side. Madam Speaker, honorable members, I wish to inform this House. The minority side are represented by the Honorable Joanna Munyao. The majority side is represented in the County Assembly Service Board by Honorable Felix Ngui. The two ex-official members are not a representative of the majority and the minority as per the law.
To add on that, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I appreciate what he has said, but at the end of the day, the majority side, if they have to vote, they have to vote on their interests.
Let us get there.
Therefore, let nobody think,
Honorable Member,
that they can
it is not time for voting as yet.
No,
when we get there,
no, listen, I am saying the reason as to why it has come here is for us to take a decision. And there are ways of taking decisions,
correct,
voting included. Therefore, let us not trivialize the discussion that the majority side have a right to know who sits in the board, whether they represent the majority or the minority. Let nobody imagine that they can gang our thinking, that we cannot have a say on what and who runs the assembly. Honorable Speaker, I stand here to reject this report.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
This information
Point
is
of
not having
information.
any value.
Very important.
Granted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't want our good friends, very eloquent, honorable, from Upper Kaewa to mislead this House by saying that the majority side was not presented. Interviews were made, given to Kenyans, and after they were given to Kenyans, people made applications, and they appeared before the board. Whoever was presenting majority side was one Honorable Ngui from Katangi. The one who was presenting the minority side was Joanna Munyao. So if their member never presented their interest during that time, it's up to them. Thank you.
To add on that.
Honorable Speaker, that is not an information, that is a combat. And I don't think whether a member should speak to the same matter at the second time. Honorable Speaker, my point remains that we have a right to make a determination. At the end of the day, regardless of what discussion there is, a decision will be made. And I want to say that every side has a right to make a decision
Honorable
depending
member, nobody has denied
with
any
their
side to make a
persuasion. And the
determination.
reason is why we
no
are debating.
one has rejected that.
Hold it, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
I reject.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
I reject the skewed application of debate rules. Honorable Speaker, so many informations, so many point of orders which are not referenced. I want to say this, that the reason as to why we reject, and I reject, is because the procedure does not meet the threshold of integrity. That is what I'm saying.
That's your opinion and there is law.
Yes.
Honorable Katangi. Felix Ngoi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Felix Ngoi, representing the people of Katangi Ward. Madam Speaker, as I stand, I wish to inform the House that I am a member of the County Assembly Service Board of Machakos, representing the majority party in the board. Madam Speaker, as I stand to reject this report, I wish to inform the House, and I want to draw to your attention on the County Government Act number 12, and I'll read it. There shall be a County Assembly Service Board for each County Assembly. The County Assembly Service Board shall be a body corporate with perpetual succession and a common seal. The County Assembly Service Board shall consist of the Speaker of the County Assembly who will be the chairperson, the leader of the majority party, or a member of the County Assembly deputed by him or her as the vice chairperson. So in this matter, I am the chairperson of the board. The leader of the minority party or a member of the County Assembly deputed by him or her. One person resident in the county appointed by the County Assembly from among other persons who have knowledge and experience in public affairs, but who is not a member of the County Assembly. The County Assembly clerk shall be the secretary of the board. Madam Speaker, in this matter, I want to inform the House that before I do that, I want to draw the House to the County Assembly Services Act, because we must get procedure and we must follow the law. Second schedule of the County Assembly Services Act, number 5, it states very clearly that the quorum for a meeting of the board shall be 3. Number 6, the quorum for a meeting of a committee of the board shall be 2. In this regard, Madam Speaker, I agree that the County Assembly Service Board has been undertaking the process of recruiting the 4th and 5th members. But the board did not sit to adopt a report that has found its way to this House, Madam Speaker. And I would want you, because you are the chair of the service board, to prove to this House that you sat to adopt this report and you had quorum, Madam Speaker.
Point of information.
Madam Speaker.
You can't ask the Speaker.
Point of information.
Madam Speaker.
Point of information.
Withdraw that
Madam
statement.
Speaker.
Withdraw that statement
Madam Speaker,
instantly.
I withdraw that statement, but I want this House to prove or to be proven that the County Assembly Service Board sat and it had a quorum to bring this space. The quorum is very clear here, Madam Speaker. So in this matter, Madam Speaker, I stand here to reject the report in totality.
Point of information.
And propose that this report goes back to the County Assembly Service Board for integrity.
Point of information.
For its integrity, so that it finds its own way to this House, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to inform the honorable member that we don't raise our points by shouting. We raise our points by arguing and giving facts. Madam Speaker, the Constitution is very clear that when we are administering and when we are dispensing justice, must be given without undue regard to technicalities on the procedures. Madam Speaker, we as members who we are interested to this matter
our justice must be served without technicalities which these members are raising. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Before I ask more. Put the question. Okay. Okay. I now propose the question. I'm sorry. I now put the question that this House. Sorry, may I call the mover to reply?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the House for...
One meeting at a time.
I want to thank the House for the deliberations and also for supporting this report, and maybe mention one or two things because I am a member of the County Assembly Service Board of Machakos, and Madam Speaker, as given by Honorable Ngui, when we are full house, the quorum is supposed to be 3. When we are sitting as a committee of the board, and of course we have HR committees where we are members, the quorum is supposed to be 2, and he has mentioned. So we sat and we were able to execute the business before us. Madam Speaker, again, I want to echo the deliberations of the members that the 4th and 5th member are a reserve of the entire assembly. So it is not really about the parties, because I represent the minority party in the board. My colleague represents the majority side, and therefore it is upon this House to appoint and approve the 4th and 5th members of the County Assembly Service Board of Machakos. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. I now put the question that this House adopts the report of the County Assembly Service Board on appointment of the 4th and 5th members of the County Assembly Service Board as laid on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 12th March 2025. As many are of the opinion, say ayes. Aye! As many are of the contrary opinion, say nay. Nay! The ayes have it.
Division. Set numbers.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members.
Division.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. What's the matter, honorable members?
Division. For division on this matter.
Okay.
We vote. Yes.
You may have it. Yes. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Point of. Honorable members, I have allowed the division to take place. And since we are discussing a matter affecting a member of the assembly, I think it is only fair when we go to the voting, we protect those members so that we don't have to be very visible that we have not voted for them or you have voted for them.
Madam Speaker.
In that regard,
Madam Speaker, before you make a ruling, I am indulging the Speaker, and the
debate is over.
Let me
and
finish.
that is why I'm indulging the Speaker,
Honorable majority.
because there are other forms of voting.
We must first of all discuss. We must first of all discuss how we are going to vote. We must. We are a house.
You may have a seat.
The speaker cannot rule before we discuss. What ruling is she making? We have not. Sorry? What ruling is she making?
We are ready for secret ballot. Thank you.
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker.
To agree on the way of voting, we have to agree as a house. We have to debate and agree on the way of voting as a house.
Yes. We cannot just be guided.
Madam Speaker.
The ayes have it. I'll be the returning officer here.
Order. I said if I am speaking and you are also speaking, I'm going to throw you out. We can only have one speaker at a go speaking. Let's respect our standing orders. Let's respect the laws of this country. So I had made a ruling that we are going to go through secret ballot. I request the clerk to prepare for I ordered the Sergeant the deficient bell to be rung. Sergeant Atam, take it up. 10 minutes. I think it's a procedure. It's a procedure. Let's just follow the procedure. Sorry? Okay. Yes. Let's have those members who are outside come in. Yeah. Let's members who are outside come in. Sergeant Atam, open for members who are outside to come in.
Sorted.
Kila wapi? Enda mwangalia. Pai kwa waipa.
Hakuna kula cheni tuenda visa. Mundu toma visa. Toma batendete kwa DG. Kila mundu akose kindu.
Mundu ekata.
50.
Unge?
50. Kwa DG.
Ekela mwenenge. Yuko ya.
Ni wa 50 kwa DG. Lakini visa ni huo kwa. Visa ni huo kwa. Visa ni huo kwa.
Okela ba. Enda we. Kala.
Ndio na kunde kalende na mojibo kinga ba. Bekala. Ngene we.
Order, members.
Let's read the whole of it.
Order, members. Order, members.
Sorry, Daddy.
Order, members. Order. Can we take our seats? Order, members. Can we take our seats? Let's take our seats, members. Let's take our seats. Honorable majority. Majority. Take your seats. Take your seats, members. Honorable members, can we take our seats, honorable members?
Sergeant Atam, may you stop the division bell? Honorable members, let's take our seats. Let's take our seats, honorable members. Let's take our seats. Honorable Douglas. Honorable Douglas.
Douglas.
Honorable Passy, take your seat. Honorable Monga. Honorable Mike, take your seat.
Order, members.
Honorable members, let's take our seats. Everybody to take their seats so that we can start voting. During the division, members shall maintain order in the House and shall be in their designated seats and must remain seated until the results are announced. That is the provisions of our standing orders.
Madam Speaker, I'm seeking for your guidance.
Yes.
Do I have permission?
Proceed.
It is clear so that we know if I vote yes.
That's where I was going now.
Thank you, Madam
Explain
Speaker.
the
Thank you.
process.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Members, you've called for the division so that you can proceed with voting. And while we are doing it, we actually, the manner in which, the reason why we are doing it because there are members who called for the report to be upheld, and another team said the report to be brought down. When the report is upheld, we have adopted the report. Therefore, it means the fourth and fifth members who had been proposed are passed. If we vote in the opposite, it means the two have also failed. So therefore, we have these votes. When you vote yes, you are voting for the report to go through. When in support, that is. When you're voting no, you are not in support of the report. Other points that I want to bring to your attention, members. The process of voting will be as follows, that you can abstain. That's the third option. There are three, we have, the clerk will be instructed to call the name of the member. The member will proceed to the table and get a ballot vote, put their proposed sign that is yes or no, and put it inside the box provided there. I must warn you, members, that they are not taking photos of that. Whether you have voted yes or no, let's abstain from that.
Yes.
You are not supposed to come to this place with your phone. Leave it at your seat.
Yes, yes. Because it is
Even the cameras will be off. When all have voted, let's have one meeting. When all have voted, each side will appoint an agent who will now be the one to count on behalf of that side. The clerk will be around to assist. After the voting is, the counting is over, then the speaker will now declare the winner. And then we say the ayes have it. All right.
Could you?
Any question?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in every election, it's good to establish how many people are voting, so that we will tally the number of votes for,
yes,
against, or abstained, and we tally with who is.
Yes.
I am addressing Madam Speaker, and I don't know why this agitation. We need to establish how many members are in the House.
Majority,
that is our.
I am here to protect you, member. Majority, proceed. Yes.
Thank you. I'm just saying, so that the integrity of this process is upheld.
Yes.
We need to establish how many members do we have in the House, because I could vote too.
Point of information, Madam Speaker. Point of information, Madam
It's
Speaker.
important to establish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to.
1 second. It's important to establish how many.
Thank you, Madam
That
Speaker.
is the requirement.
I wish to inform the leader of majority that counting the members in the House, we have the clerk with the register. If a name is called and a member is not present, he'll tick no. If he is present, he'll tick yes. And then that is how we are going to register members
Madam
present.
Speaker, that is not
Thank
the
you.
procedure. That is not the procedure, Madam Speaker. The procedure in this House, which is historical, is that the clerk will call out a name and mark the name of that person and proceeds there and takes a vote. You cannot be counting members here and say that we are 30 or we are 40. A member will answer by their name once they are called, and there is no way, and that member is marked from the voters register, because you already have a voters register. Just excuse me, brother. Excuse me. I am not going to speak for a year. Madam Speaker, therefore, we are following precedences that have been there. This is not the first time we are voting. We have been voting here. And what has been the practice here, Madam Speaker, for the members who have never voted here, is that the practice has always been the clerk shouts out the name of a member, and the member will take up the seat, will move from his seat, move to the ballot area, takes up a ballot paper, marks and deposits there, and takes up his seat. Yes. Upon completion of the register, then the number of votes will be summed up whether they are consummate with the number of members that are sitting here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
So it is in order.
Madam, I think they were informing me.
You are just the same thing. Yes.
And exactly what I was saying is that the number of the votes for, against, and those abstained should be able to establish.
Yes. Exactly. Precisely. And that is the integrity of
Thank
elections.
you, Mheshimiwa Deputy Minority Leader.
Okay. Honorable Monga.
Madam Speaker, previously you did not catch my eye. And now, and where we are now, Madam Speaker, you directed that we are going to take secret ballot. And if it is secret for sure, we should not mark our ballot papers in front of clerks and members who are seeing what we are doing.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I think we should have a voting booth at that corner or that other one. So that
let the member finish.
Yes, allow me finish.
Yeah.
So that we abide to what you said, that it should be secret balloting. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Speaker, we have been in this game of theatrics for a long way ago. Allowing members to go and vote behind you or in an hidden place gives them room to take photo of the same. Madam Speaker, we are going to vote here. Yes, we will vote
What
here.
are you fearing?
Madam Speaker, because
Madam Speaker.
secret ballot is here. Madam Speaker, we cannot allow members to go and hide. We will vote here because it is secret ballot. You vote here, Madam Speaker. Don't allow any hidden information, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I was contributing on that issue. Madam Speaker, I was contributing on that issue. Madam Speaker, you have already directed that no member should carry his or her phone to the voting area. And we have sergeant at arms here. Are they blind? They are not. They can see me if I am having my camera there, my phone there. We should, if it is secret ballot, let it be secret ballot. Yes.
But I want further guidance. Further guidance, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I highly feel, the Honorable Speaker, you are infringing on my rights. For you to direct that I don't carry my phone wherever I want. This is a private property. This is private property. This is not the property of the assembly. This is a personal private property.
Madam Speaker,
you are infringing on my rights.
information.
I have already made a ruling on that, and we are not going. We have already said you cannot carry your phone.
Let's proceed, Madam Speaker. Proceed, Madam Speaker.
You cannot go. You are going to. No one is allowed to take a phone and. The sergeant at arms are here. They should be identified to me. Any member who carries their phone here. Yes. That's the thing. So voting will take place the way I have directed. We are going to do it here. Yes. So can we start the voting because of time? Yes, Mheshimiwa.
Madam Speaker, members, honorable members. No, I want to make a contribution. No, I think, honorable members, okay. I think some of you are sapping powers of the Speaker. And I've been very quiet watching all of you here. Please, let us respect our Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want to put it very clear to hear. No one is going to intimidate the Speaker here. No one. Now if you think you can intimidate the Speaker, others is to go up.
Yes.
Members, can we start the voting process? Can we start the voting process? Yes. Silence, silence, silence in this place. So as I directed, the clerk will call the name of a member. The member will walk in front here without a phone, mark where they need to be marked, enter that paper inside the box provided. The ballot papers are serialized, so there is no way you can vote twice. There is no way you are going to bring any integrity issues here of marking several of them. So they are marked, and I believe we are going to do a good job. So clerk, you are directed to start off.
Honorable Stephen Zue Mwandi. Honorable Nicholas Kitavi Zioka.
Thank you. Order. Order, members. Order.
Honorable Judas Bilindawa. Honorable Jackson Daka Wambua.
What?
Madam Speaker, you have made a ruling. Order, members. Madam Speaker, you have made a ruling. You cannot vote. No, Madam Speaker, I'm making a contribution. You cannot vote and expose your vote.
Madam Speaker, how can you prove the member has exposed?
If anybody exposes their vote, it should be nullified. Yes.
You cannot change rules midway. It is secret ballot. We will do it.
Members, I said this is a secret ballot.
We will do it.
And when it is secret, it is purely secret.
You said if we do it from here. No, let us do it from here. We suggested there, you refused.
Members, let's...
The voting process has already started. The voting process has started. You cannot change the rules of the game when you are doing the game. We already established the rules of the game. You cannot change the rules of the game.
We cannot vote from secrets to exposing.
But
Madam
Speaker,
the process is ongoing. There is no way you can stop it. We refuse exposing. We refuse exposing.
I am telling you, you cannot change the rules of the game. The game has already started.
Let's continue with the process.
Madam Speaker, I have a request.
Let's continue with the process.
Madam Speaker, please, I have a request.
Let's continue the process.
Honorable members, it's time for me to cough, and I do not want to do it now because this exercise will stop. Can I be called? I vote and I go. Please, it's my time to do it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We can have Honorable Mbula called. Call Honorable Mbula to vote.
Honorable Constance Bulan Zioki.
Okay. Let's proceed.
Honorable Raphael Lucky Zhao.
Your phone is doing what around there? Honorable. Okay.
Honorable Francis Wambua Kavyu. Honorable Evelyn Dunge Guli Zeki. Honorable Ndi Mutisia Kivuva. Honorable Frederick Kitetu Muia.
It's not inside.
Honorable Alphonse Mutinda Zioka. Honorable Anastasia Nundu Mutevu. Honorable Ann Denya Dilo. Honorable Benjamin Kinyungu Chule. Honorable Boniface Chalo Katiti. Honorable Boniface Maeke Musiemi. Honorable Caroline Ndinda Mutuku. Honorable Catherine Che Wambua. Honorable Catherine Mutio Moya. Honorable Charles Buva Moli. Honorable Daniel Musioka Muinti. Honorable Daniel Musyoka Muindi. Honorable Dickson Kava Musyoki Maundu. Honorable Dominic Mulwa Ndambuki. Honorable Dominic Donye Maida. Honorable Douglas Moema Musyoka. Honorable Eric Wambua Musembi. Honorable Faria Haji Abdi. Honorable Felix Mutunga Ngui. Honorable Francis Chalo Kitaka. Honorable Francis Ngunga Mwaneki. Honorable Grace Bahati. Honorable Helen Mweni Deti. Honorable Mathias Mwasia Hescovitis. Honorable Irene Bithe Molu. Honorable Jeremiah Kaloi. Honorable Johanna Munyao. Honorable John Brian Kioko Kisila. Honorable Joseph Musyoki Mulinge. Honorable Joshua Keilu Mwanga. Honorable Julius Mutuku Munyoki. Honorable Justus Molwa Mutuku. Honorable Lloyd Mutua. Honorable Mary Ndenya Kituku. Honorable Matthew Ndunda Wilson. Honorable Mercy Jagi. Honorable Margaret Mudeun Dalana. Honorable Ndwiki Daniel Mutinda. Honorable Paul Mwoki Musila. Honorable Paul Mutua Wambua. Honorable Paul Mwanzia Muli. Honorable Penina Kanini Kisangai. Honorable Peter Kilonzo. Honorable Philip Mutua Ndolo. Honorable Phoebe Koki Mawa. Honorable Rose Wavinya Benjamin. Honorable Rosina Kanini Wambua. Honorable Ruth Wanjiro Kamau. Honorable Vincent Mutien Zioka. Honorable Winfred Sionindi Mutua.
We are through with the voting. I now would like both sides to identify agents.
Madam Speaker, please,
Yes.
it's a point of concern so that the exercise is seen to be transparent. I think your clerk should tell us how many members voted. Yes.
How many? 53. 53. 53 members have voted. Okay. What's going on right now? Clerk, what's going on? The number. Okay, proceed. Honorable Lucky, have a seat. Honorable Kaviu, have a seat. Honorable Kaviu, have a seat. Honorable Lucky, have a seat. Okay.
No, to breathe. Majority, can we breathe? No, to breathe. Need to
No, you don't know, you. Get angry stress.
Need to
Look at it. You to my wiki man, you are don't allow. Just look at that was stress.
Yes. This one is no. Yes. No. 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 Yes. No. No. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. No. Yes. 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 No. 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 Yes. Yes. No. No. Yes. No. Yes. 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 No. No. Yes. No. 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 Yes. No. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. Yes. Yes, I have 24. No, 29.
abstain 0, absent 6. A total of 59. Order, members. Order, members. The declaration is the nay have it. Thank you. Next order, we are in. Members, let's have one meeting. Yeah, let's proceed with the work. Next order.
Order number 9. Special motion, approval of report on vetting of nominee for appointment to the position of County Executive Committee member for water, irrigation, environment, and climate change.
At this moment, order, members. At this moment, I invite Honorable Nicholas Nzioka, Leader of Majority, Member Committee on Appointment, to proceed and move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to move the motion that this House adopts the 9th report of the Committee on Appointments on vetting of nominee for appointment to the position of County Executive Committee member, Department of Water, Irrigation, Environment, and Climate Change, laid on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 12 March 2025, and pursuant to provisions of Section 35 of the County Government Act 2012, Section 4 and 6 of the Public Appointments, that is County Assembly Approval Act of 2017, and Standing Order 184, that this House approves the nomination of Anastasia Wayua Victor as County Executive Committee member for Water, Irrigation, Environment, and Climate Change. I call upon the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader to second.
Thank you, honorable members. I now propose the question that this House adopts the 9th report of the Committee on Appointments on Vetting of Nominee for appointment to the position of County Executive Committee member, Department of Water, Irrigation, Environment, and Climate Change, laid on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 12th March 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 35 of the County Government Act 2012, Section 4 and 6 of the Public Appointments County Assemblies Approval Act 2017 and Standing Order 184. This House approves the nomination of Anastasia Wayua Victor as County Executive Committee member for the Water, Irrigation, Environment, and Climate Change. Before I invite the members to debate on this motion, I would like to invite Honorable Nicholas Nzioka to take us through the highlights of the report. Honorable Nzioka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The report, I think, is a little bit bulky, but with your indulgence, I wish to request that you allow me to read the committee's observation and the recommendation and also the dissenting opinion, with your permission.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The committee having considered the nominee,
That is on page.
I think they did not page
They are not
the
paging
report,
it.
so it's
Okay.
the second last paper.
Okay. Right. Proceed.
The committee having considered the nominees field questionnaire pursuant to section 7, subsection 9 of the Public Appointments, that's County Assembly Approval Act of 2017, curricula vitae, and having had oral submission during the approval hearing, observe the nominee is a Kenyan citizen, has the requisite education, possesses relevant knowledge and experience as provided under section 35, subsection 3 of the County Government Act 2012, and satisfies requirements of chapter 6 of the Constitution. The nominee attained average mark of 62.14. Based on the above, the nominee was assessed and awarded marks as per the table below. Work experience, out of 25, 15.29. Education and training, out of 25, 15 marks. Interest and knowledge relating to specific position, 9 out of 15. Communication skills, 6.71 out of 10. Presentation, 6.86 out of 10. Decision making and problem solving skills, 9.26 out of 15. So the total accumulative is 62.21 out of 100. The nominee met the set pass mark of 60%. Committee recommendation, having conducted the approval hearing for the nominee pursuant to Article 179, Sub-Article 2B of the Constitution as read with Section 35 of the County Government Act and Section 9(1) of the Public Appointments, thus County Assembly Approval Act of 2017, the committee recommends that this House approve the nomination of Anastasia Wayua Victor for appointment to the position of County Executive Committee Member, Department of Water, Irrigation, Environment and Climate Change. Madam Speaker, there was a dissenting opinion from some honorable members of the committee, and I'm going to read the dissenting opinion.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, the following honorable members from the Committee on Appointments do not agree to the committee recommendation that this House approves the nomination of Anastasia Wayua Victor for appointment to the position of County Executive Committee Member, Department of Water, Irrigation, Environment and Climate Change. Number 1, the Honorable Peter Kilonzo. Number 2, the Honorable Brian Kisila. Number 3, the Honorable Francis Kaviu. This is because of the following reasons. 1, Section 35, subsection 3B of the County Government Act provide that a CECM must be a holder of a first degree recognized in Kenya. The second schedule of the Public Appointments, that is County Assembly Approval Act 2017, provides that the degree should be relevant to the position of water, irrigation, environment, and climate change. The members are of the opinion that the degree is not adequate enough. 2, Section 35, subsection 3D of the County Government Act provides that the nominee must have knowledge, experience, and a distinguished career of not less than 5 years in the field relevant to the portfolio of the department to which the person is being appointed. According to her curricula vitae, the nominee has 3 years experience as director, Tana, the Water Service Board. The members are on opinion that the experience is inadequate. Madam Speaker, that is the brief. And before I sit down, if you allow me,
You can proceed.
because I sat in the Committee on Appointments and checked through the relevant documents that were presented by the nominee, and based on how I assessed her, I wish to inform you, Madam Speaker, and the House that I find the nominee highly suitable. One, because of her knowledge of this area of ours that is in the ASAL area. Going through her transcript, academic transcript, even though the degree title was on developmental issues, the transcript would clearly tell you that he has interacted with issues to do with water, to do with environment, to do with climate and natural resources. So her suitability cannot be questioned. Again, I will also want, by interacting with her documents, I could see that she has been
think a point of
in
order, Madam
business
Madam
for
Speaker.
more than 15 years, and her area of
Point of order, Madam
expertise in
Speaker.
business is so relatable to what.
Honorable.
I do not intend to interrupt
one
the section.
minute, Honorable
Madam Speaker, I do not
Committee.
intend to interrupt the section, but I'm more rewarded if the leader of majority is actually reading a report or is debating, because you are telling us that upon your interaction with her, because I was expecting, Madam Speaker, we have just had a report from the CASIB, and I thought, because we are not part of what you interacted with, and you are presenting a document to us with persuasions to rather to approve or disapprove, I thought you'd be giving us the findings of the committee, as it were. Now that we are aware that there were three dissenting voices, what about the other members? You know, because that is exactly, and then how did you apportion your marks so that you guide the house, so that we see how you are going to be persuaded?
Madam Speaker,
Honorable Majority,
I think
restrict yourself to the report.
Thank you.
Then when we open it for debate, you can now
well
bring-
guided, Madam
Yes.
Speaker.
Proceed.
I just want to inform the member, maybe, because I read the layout of the marks.
Okay.
But what? Yes, I did read. Can I read again? With the indulgence, Madam Speaker.
The thing is, you have already read, haven't you?
Yes, I have read.
So
That's why I'm
saying,
asking you.
Just restrict yourself to the report, then you
Okay,
are
I was
not
also
gonna allow
saying
the debates.
that the nominee interacting with her CV and during our oral interview indicated that he has been a director of her own private company that deals with so much relatable to the docket that she has been nominated.
Okay.
That is what I was saying.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now open the floor for debates. Honorable Brian, Honorable Kavyu, Honorable Maike. Let's get those, then proceed.
Madam Speaker, first of all, my name is Brian Kisila. I'm a member of this committee. And I would like, first of all, to stand here to oppose. Being a member of this committee, I oppose the report. And I gave a dissenting view because of what I saw in that candidate. And my dissenting view was very clear. The candidate is supposed to have a degree in the relevant field. This candidate did not have any degree related to water or irrigation or environment. One of the reasons why we are suffering as a county is continuous appointment of people who are very incompetent in positions. And the reason why this county is not performing well is that we continue allowing people who don't have the experience to work in this county. Things have to change, Madam Speaker. And it's the high time we call a spade a spade. And what I'm saying here is, being a member of this committee, I did not find the degree relevant. Number two, the candidate only had 3 years experience. The law is very clear. The candidate is supposed to have 5 years minimum experience. Now, Madam Speaker, it's either you have or you don't have. If you don't have the experience, you can prorate your marks based on the marks, on what you think. It's either you have the degree or you don't have the degree. If you don't have the degree, you cannot score anything. So, Madam Speaker, first of all, there is a very serious integrity issue with the appointment committee. And it's a high time as an assembly, we make a decision based on what are we going to continue accepting in our committees when we have serious integrity issues being brought by members of the committee. We are vetting members, and one of the questions which you normally ask them is, are they do they have any issue with Chapter 6 of our Constitution? Madam Speaker, there is something which went on in this committee which you need to bring it out here to members. Members, when we are seated here, we know what members gave because we are seated next to each other. After a few minutes, over the weekend, Madam Speaker, some members went and changed their marks. And we have that information. Even further, money changed hands. And money changing hands, I don't want the information.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Which order
Point
is
of
that?
information granted.
Honorable members, I think it is high time we take work serious.
Honorable Ngunga, I have not
Are you the
given you an
speaker?
opportunity.
Are you the speaker? I'm just standing to say that I'm getting fed up of this house. You cannot be talking of things.
Honorable members, no. Honorable members, no. Let me member just. Honorable members, let the member finish.
Are you the speaker? Why are you answering me like that? Anyway, I am tired because we are all not serious with our work.
Lunch is ready.
How can we allow a member of this assembly to stand up and accuse other members that they were given money? Can you substantiate?
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Can you substantiate?
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order granted.
Madam Speaker, I think the member is out of order because he should wait for the person who is on the floor to finish, and maybe he can ask the member to clarify whatever he's saying, because the honorable member on floor is not a mad person to make allegations of things that they cannot clarify. So we ask that they be allowed to finish, because I don't know what she was informing the member about. That is not a point of information.
Thank you very much. Honorable Brian Sila, proceed.
Madam Speaker, some members are just itchy to look like they are contributing. And actually they're talking relevant things in the House. It's a high time we use valuable time for the House.
Honorable D.
In a very good way.
No.
Madam Speaker.
Conversing.
Money changed hands in this committee. And if you are going to allow members to be given money to change marks, then, Madam Speaker, this House, or rather all of us go home. We are representing the people of Machakos. And if you are going to come here and be given some few shillings to change your marks, then you are not worth being called a member of county assembly representing your people. Personally, I was sent money by the majority leader on my WhatsApp, on my M-Pesa, on my M-Pesa.
I've not given you.
And I'm willing to, let me tell you, time has come when we must start calling a spade a spade. If you guys are cheap and you want to be bought because of 20 shillings, then I'm not one of them. He sent me 20. He first of all, after the meeting, called us and he wanted to give members money. I refused. He went further, and I wish he was here to listen. That's why he has run away. He went further and sent me money on my M-Pesa, 20,000, to coerce me. Let me finish. Don't ask me for what. He's here. Just come. Aja Guje. No. I'm not his wife. I'm not his wife for shopping. Just wait. Madam Speaker, I want members to listen to me. If there is anything I'm saying which is cannot be substantiated, I am willing to go on record, and I'm on record. Majority leader coerced members to change marks. And we know what other members called in that committee. He was on record after the meeting to call us and tell us to offer us 20,000 shillings from the candidate. I refused. We went for lunch at his place. Ikuhune, Bizo Mbio. And when we were there, Bizone. When we were there, majority leader actually sent me money on my person account. What? For what? I returned it back to him. I sent it back to the center. Because I do not want to be party to anything which is going to compromise on
Madam
my
Speaker,
integrity.
point of order. I'm rising on point of order 87. My name has been adversely been mentioned to suggest that I was coercing members. Number one, while we were interviewing the nominee, every member was at free will to score their marks, and the envelope was sealed. I will confidently stand here and say nobody coerced me. If anyone was coerced to offer marks, then I don't think he's fit, actually to fit in that committee. On the allegation of me having tried to coerce, and I'm demanding an apology and withdrawal of that statement. I am addressing the Speaker. I am willing to show my M-Pesa statement to indicate how many times I have sent my accuser money, because it's not the first time I've sent him money. And why that time he thought I was coercing him and he returned, it is for him to prove. I have sent him, because I interact with Honorable Brian, Madam Speaker. We have sent each other money so many times, and he returned willingly. But I am saying money that I sent him and that he can prove so many times, let him say every other time that I have sent money what it was for. He cannot be selective.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Brian Kisila, you can proceed, but restrict yourself to the report.
Madam Speaker.
Please, kindly.
I am not a man of, I'm a man of sound mind. And when I make an allegation, I am ready to prove it. I want to table the M-Pesa statement. You have received 20,000 from Nicholas Nzioka on 6th March 2025 at 20:18 p.m. I have got even witnesses here. He was sending me money so that I can change my marks. Immediately after he sent me money, or in the same day, at 2040, I returned back the money to him. Now, let me ask you a question. If we are going to become that cheap, so that you think that you can send me money, so that I can order a report.
Honorable Brian Kisila, I have told you to restrict yourself to the report. You said you have a dissenting opinion, which has been read, and it never mentioned issues of money. Kindly.
No. Madam Speaker, I am at liberty to show that there is a serious integrity issue with this committee. The same member started calling other members to change the marks.
Madam Speaker, on point of order 87. Point of order 87. Madam Speaker, statement of facts. Because what the honorable member is saying are allegations. I am with my phone currently. I have sent one John Brian Kioko Kisila money 34 times. If it is about sending him, if it is about sending him money, I have sent him 34 times. According to my record. he should not run away from telling this house the first transaction, what it was for. That's up to the last transaction. And I agree with you, Madam Speaker. In the report, nothing has been said about me sending him money. He's introducing new details on a report that he signed to appear before this house. If he had that instruction, he would have brought it at the committee level where we would have discussed that. So apart from the money he's alleging I sent him to coerce him, I want also him to discuss the other 33 transactions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
My point is,
Point of,
I want to proceed.
Honorable Brian Kisila.
Yes.
When I look at this dissenting opinion that you have written, it is only talking about a degree not being adequate. Experience of 3 years not being adequate. I'm not seeing anywhere where you are talking about the money. That's what I'm saying.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
That's why what I'm talking
Point
about.
of information.
Should have been included here.
Madam Speaker, point of information.
Let me move forward.
Speaker,
yes.
Point of information.
Point of information taken.
Madam Speaker, it is correct what you are saying that has not been captured.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, you chair that committee and we raised that issue clearly. Let the clerk and the officers who are working on the report explain why they never captured that bit. We raised it very well and it was supposed to cover part of the dissenting opinion. Why they decided to ignore that bit, maybe it is them to clarify
Madam Speaker,
why that was omitted.
Madam Speaker,
So,
point of order.
Now that it happened that it was not included here, we discuss something
Ma-
that
Madam
is
Speaker, point of order.
Madam Chair,
Madam Speaker, point of
Madam
order.
Speaker,
Let's restrict ourselves to what is written.
Madam
on
Speaker,
this,
Madam
honorable
Speaker,
members.
Madam Speaker, it's deliberate, and as the chair of the appointment committee, when you are leaving, you directed that the dissenting order be captured, and how they decided to
Point
leave
of order,
that
Madam
part
Speaker.
out.
Point
of information, Madam Speaker.
Point of order,
Point of-
I think
point of
Madam
information,
Speaker,
Madam
yeah.
Speaker.
If
Madam
it
Speaker.
was not captured, then
Is this
let's
going to
just
be-
restrict to
Point
what
of
was
order.
captured?
Point of order.
Please, honorable members, let's just be fair to each other. Honorable my majority, we cannot speak the two of us at a go. Yeah, sure. Proceed, but restrict yourself to what we said, what is written here on this document.
Madam Speaker, there is no way I can restrict myself to integrity issues. Integrity issues have rocked the appointment committee. And let me tell you, Madam Speaker, in fact,
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
I would like to be
Point
allowed-
of order, Madam Speaker.
I would like to proceed. Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
Brian Kisila, I have made a ruling on that and I've said just restrict yourself to what is written here.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, surely.
But you cannot.
Point of order.
At least I should have seen an integrity matter.
We raised that issue.
Speaker,
But you
point
see,
of order.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, point of order.
No, point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order,
Still,
Madam Speaker.
on
Point
the
of
same-
order. I requested point of
No,
order
who is on
first.
the point of order? Is it
I am on a point of order.
I have been allowed by the Speaker.
I did not hear him allow you.
No, neither did I hear you allow.
Then he should
Yes.
make that. he
So, Madam Speaker, I'm on a point of order. I find this very embarrassing.
Welcome, Mheshimiwa Kisila's words. Speaker, don't feel intimidated. We are behind.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Madam Speaker, you direct whether it is me on order or whether it's majority, because I've been standing here.
Majority, and he has to mention, tell me which point of order.
It has always been on
87 statement of facts.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And also rules of this of procedure. Madam Speaker, if the matter that they want to introduce in the report, they cannot sneak it in. The matter cannot be sneaked in. If they have any allegation, they must find another time and another space to introduce it. Because at this moment, we have a report before the House and we cannot change the content. In fact, Madam Speaker, I am surprised because I was given this report.
I made that ruling, Honorable Majority. I don't know why you are repeating exactly what I have just said.
Point of order also, Madam Speaker.
Allow me 1 minute, not 30 seconds. The members who are alleging that you directed, Madam Speaker, you cannot direct what is going to be written in the report. It is members who deliberate
Point of order,
and
Madam
agree.
Speaker.
And agree. You only chair, Madam Speaker, you only chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order.
Yes,
granted.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I think, Madam Speaker, 87 is obvious. Everyone stands on 87. So I'm also standing on a 7th statement of facts, Madam Speaker. My name is Honorable Ngunga, but I am finding it very embarrassing, Madam Speaker, that the House that is supposed to be approving CCMs for water has turned out to be a showdown. The same committee that we bestowed upon the responsibility to vet these officers has turned out to be a showdown. Madam Speaker, 3 members of that committee have issues of integrity. Madam Speaker, I want you to give a ruling at this particular moment whether we are going to proceed with this report, or whether you are going to direct that investigations be made on the allegations that have been raised here, because the allegation, excuse me, and I think, Madam Speaker, this House must learn a few things.
Member is on his feet.
A few things must be said here and loudly. Is that if you find me irritating, raise your hand and increase or add value to my argument, or give a dissenting opinion. But I am on my feet, I am sober, elected, serving my 2nd time. So now you have got the benefit of listening to me, and I'll be educating you, telling you when issues of this nature are raised. Because, Madam Speaker, we don't sit in those committees. We are listening to a report. And the first thing we hear about this report here, issues of integrity. 3 members have been able to register their issues of integrity, alleging
Again,
money
point of order, Madam
excuse me,
Speaker.
Majority
Madam
Leader.
Speaker, point of order.
Be kind enough to hear this.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
He is a man that is accused of giving people money.
My name has been adversely mentioned. I want to clear my name.
I'm on a point of order. I'm not through.
Proceed.
Excuse me.
Please wait.
And it's orderly when a member is on point of order. Please, you let me be heard. Issues that have been raised here. Issues that have been raised here by the majority, Brian Kisila, Honorable Kavyu, and PK, are issues that cannot be thrown under the table. Madam Speaker, the members of the public want to hear. If this member that, because of course, one of the things is called canvassing. It's not allowable anywhere where there is vetting on. And the issues of canvassing have come here. We have already evidence here that 20,000 changed hands on behalf of the candidate from one person to the other. These allegations, Madam Speaker, must be taken seriously. We cannot proceed as if it was normal. Looking at the approval of the Approval Act of 2017, Madam Speaker, we have a very clear way. It does not give members ways of giving marks of your view. There are clear ways of giving marks. Madam Speaker, if somebody has no degree, where is he going to acquire the degree in front of the committee? If somebody places themselves in front of the committee and he doesn't have a degree, he scores a clear 0. Now, Madam Speaker, he has taken us through marks. These are issues of integrity, Mheshimiwa Wangondi. Listen to me.
I want to give you information.
If the candidate does not have the prerequisite experience, that candidate scores a 0. And now issues of integrity are raising here. Money and people coaxed. So, Madam Speaker, we'll be asking you whether we are going to proceed with listen to this report here, or whether you are going to order for investigations into this committee that is trying to give us misrepresentation. And Madam Speaker, if this is not done,
Madam Speaker,
this is going to be the culture. I am in record in this country, having called members of this assembly a kaute. This is what is now sneaking in this year. It is not
Madam
me
Speaker,
who is not showing this evidence here.
Honorable Ngunga,
So now it is evidence.
Madam Speaker.
The point is made.
It is made.
I want to make a
very strong.
Point of information, Madam Speaker. Point of information, Madam Speaker.
I want to make a ruling on
Just
that.
an information, Madam Speaker.
Let me make the ruling. Yeah. Honorable members, we were in the process of debating this matter, and issues in the midst, an issue or allegations of issues of integrity have been raised by members. When I have looked at the dissenting opinion by 3 members, they have raised issues that have been raised to do with the degree not being adequate, and the other one is on an issue of experience not being adequate. then the issue of integrity and money changing hands has been raised. At this point, because it is not contained in this dissenting opinion, I direct that an investigation is conducted as to these allegations of money changing hands to coerce members to add marks, so that this House can be given the opinion, so that we can have the matter discussed by this House at length. If money has changed hands, it is unfortunate that such things are happening up to this moment. We just want to do things in the right way. But for now, we cannot continue discussing that issue of money changing hands. I have directed that it goes to an investigation. The committee investigates that matter and bring a report here before the House. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, allow me to finish.
Yes.
Allow me to finish, Madam Speaker. Okay. There is also another issue which we raised in the committee which has not been captured. When we do our marks and we give our marks, we normally seal the envelope and we hand it over to our clerk. Madam Speaker, we were seated next to our fellow members, our colleagues, and we know what they scored that time. After we score, we normally give our score sheets, all of us, to our clerk. How marks ended up changing from when we were seated here and later on, that also raises,
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Raises a very
Point of order,
serious...
Madam Speaker. I will continue becoming a nuisance. I will for
raises,
sure. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
That raises a very serious integrity issue.
Madam Speaker.
That raises...
Allegations are being made against members. Allegations. Are we going to get this
Madam Speaker.
Investigated. Madam Speaker, majority leader is becoming a nuisance.
The much I can do is just to order for investigation.
Yeah, exactly.
So let him finish.
Let me finish my points. Mheshimiwa, stop being irritated. And remember, the people of Machakos are watching you, defending integrity issues. And let me tell you, you can continue protecting. Yeah, you can continue protecting it. So, Madam Speaker, my point is, let me tell you, Machakos people, the whole of Machakos County people are watching this assembly. And they are watching people being manipulated to change what had been done. The point I'm raising is, Madam Speaker, I want you to order an investigation into the clerks. No, that's a different allegation. Into the clerks. How did the marks change from what we had been awarded to what is being given now, Madam Speaker? My last point, Madam Speaker. I do not have a problem. You can approve even anyone who doesn't even have any qualifications. I don't have a problem. If you feel, as member of the County Assembly, that water department deserves someone who cannot even answer what is the name of a machine which drills boreholes. Another tractor. If you want to employ someone who cannot even know what is called a geological survey. If you want to employ...
Point of information, Madam Speaker. Point of information, Madam Speaker.
But let me tell you,
Madam Speaker,
time will come.
Point of information, Madam Speaker, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time will come.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time will come.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
I want to finish.
The member is misleading the House. He's giving a different information from which is in the report, Madam Speaker.
I have said, let him give that information which is not in the report.
Yes.
I will order an investigation. That's what I said.
We have, Madam Speaker, we have answer report. When we're conducting these things, these interviews, we have answer reports. The candidate could not even answer any issues related to water. But my dear colleagues, and I want you to listen to me now. If you want to continue appointing incompetent people to offices just know there's something called garbage in, garbage out. We will continue not delivering to our people, and the people who are going to suffer is all of you. I don't have a problem. Me, as Brian Kisila, I dissent, and I'm calling upon members of same level of thinking like myself to reject this report and not to employ this CCM, because within a very short time, you'll see the kind of repercussions we are going to be in. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. And before I even allow more members, I want to direct you that the other allegations on matters to do with changing of marks be done by whoever did it, if it is true. For now, they are just allegations until investigations are done and we get a report, then we can table it to this House. Thank you. Okay. Honorable Kavyu. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is a sad day for this County Assembly of Machakos, because all the people of Machakos look up to us, and an assembly as the legislative body of the Machakos County is supposed to lead by example. Madam Speaker, no matter how people will try to run away, no matter how people will try to be irritated by the truth, Madam Speaker, today, the County Assembly of Machakos is on trial. Madam Speaker, in the morning when we met to adopt the report, the same people who are jumping up and down, when we raised the issue, they ran away. They could not wait for the matter to be presented. So I don't understand when they are raising on point of order, saying that issues are misrepresentation, yet when the matter was raised, they ran out of the committee and they could not wait for us to finish the report. So, Madam Speaker, I wish also to confirm to this House that it is not the first time that we have assessed a candidate and the results gets tampered with. What we have in that office of the clerk is a rogue officer who has failed the integrity test. And Madam Speaker, if you remember the nominee who declined the same appointment, Mrs. Mwandhi, who we had interviewed but declined, the same occurrence happened. We were summoned in the morning. That time, it was not done the way it is happening today. We were summoned in the office up there, and we were asked to do adjustments to the scoring that we had done so that the nominee can achieve the set target that we had set of 60. People changed. That time, it was only myself and the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, Jackson Ndaka, who never succumbs to the same, and PK was absent.
I know to address myself.
So, Madam Speaker,
Madam
Speaker,
please,
where is the evidence? Where is the evidence?
Don't mention members' names.
No, Madam Speaker.
Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence?
Honorable Ndaka.
Madam Speaker, absence of actual evidence The fact that we never captured them or we never recorded the occurrence, it doesn't make it right or acceptable. Because, Madam Speaker, that is what has built up to what we are experiencing today. And Madam Speaker, the Public Appointment Acts of 2017 is very clear. Honorable members, with me is the assessment form that is normally used to assess a candidate. And the first item is on work experience. And it goes ahead to add that the work experience must be related to the position that the person is being interviewed for. It is also very clear that it should be a minimum of 5 years. And Madam Speaker, the nominee that we are discussing about today, we got the documents, we went through them, and the only time that the nominee has ever worked in a position that relates to what she's being, what we interviewed her for, was when she was nominated as a board member to Tana Athi Water Services for a period of 3 years. The law requires 5 years. 5 years. That is what has been stipulated by the law. The other work experience that the candidate has, it was showing that she has been the shopkeeper for Ngelani Agrovet since 1993 to around 2000, I can't remember exactly the year. So the biggest part of the experience that she has is selling and packing of Agrovet water, not water equipments. Ngelani Agrovet, it is here in Machakos, and it can be confirmed it doesn't sell water input, as the member is trying to mislead the House. So, Madam Speaker, after our today's discussion, because this is a House where the majority normally have their way, but as the minority members, we want to tell the people of Machakos, the person whom you might get today as the CEC nominee for water is a person who will assume that office with integrity issues surrounding on issues that have been raised today. Madam Speaker, I also wish to request, as the investigation are being conducted, Madam Speaker, the committee on appointment be disbanded, because it is a big letdown to this assembly and to the people of Machakos. And Madam Speaker, as I finish, because I know they are going to raise on a point of order. Madam Speaker, we have CCTV surveillance here. On the day of the vetting, we were seated on that second row. Honorable Winnie was seated where Honorable Monga is seated. I was the next person seated where Honorable Ndi Kivuva is sitting. Then after me, Kisila was seated on this seat. The one after where...
Point of order.
After where Honorable Anastasia is sitting. That is where
Point of order.
Honorable Brian Kisila was seated. Honorable Ndawa was seated here. The majority leader was the chair for that particular day. Madam Speaker.
Point of order.
As you investigate.
Honorable Winnie, what is it?
Yeah.
What is the point of order that
Madam
she's
Speaker,
raising now?
I thought we are just repeating ourselves because
What
you
is the
directed
point of
the
order, Madam
investigation.
Speaker?
Yes.
We cannot just be shouting point of order.
Honorable.
So,
Honorable.
what is the point of order?
Honorable
They need to
Owini,
squ- What does it say?
The member.
Because,
Sorry, my
Madam
point is
Speaker,
point
What
of
is the stranger
information.
saying?
You cannot just be shouting point
What
of
is that
order.
stranger saying?
Order, members.
What is the stranger saying?
Point of information.
Honorable Ngunga, I have not given you permission.
Madam
to do
Chair,
that.
I'm still on the floor and
Point of
she's
information.
standing.
Point of information.
Point of information taken.
Yes,
Yes.
Madam Speaker, it's quite sad when members are debating here. We have one member who has become a nuisance to the committee. He's just shouting at you. He's just shouting at the members. Why can't you wait the other people to debate in a decorum way? Mine is on point of information to Member Honorable Kavyu. I think, Madam Speaker, we cannot keep on repeating ourselves. You gave a direction for the committee to be investigated. So when he's coming to giving explanation of where I was seated, what I was doing, I think that one is intruding to privacy a lot. So I beg to...
That member is a member of that committee, and they are just bringing out the points that they observed.
So, Madam Speaker, I don't know what is the information that the member was trying to pass to me.
I've ruled on the matter.
Yeah.
Proceed.
So, Madam Speaker, when you choose to become a public officer, when you do the wrong things, you cannot run and try to hide against privacy. So, Madam Speaker, what I was saying, that is the order on how we were seated. After we concluded the vetting exercise, because I was sitting at the center, we had one of our clerk, Kelly, who was sitting where Honorable Ellen is seated. So when we finished the exercise, the honorable member passed to me their assessment form. I also collected for Kisila. The PK was seated where Honorable Kitaka is seated, and the deputy minority leader was seated where the commissioner is seated. They all passed their assessment papers to me, and that can be confirmed from the CCTV footage that we have in the house. And I passed them to the clerk, Kelly. And Madam Speaker, because their assessment papers had not been folded, the member, Honorable Winnie, scored the candidate 14 marks, 20 marks.
Point of order.
Point of correction. Point of correction. Point of correction. Point of correction.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of correction.
Madam Speaker. Point of order.
No.
Madam Speaker.
Point of order.
Honorable.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Please don't take that direction.
Point of order, Madam
Kindly.
Speaker.
Just restrict to the objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But that is the truth.
Point of correction.
Point of information.
Point of correction.
Madam Speaker.
Proceed.
Point of order.
But that one.
Point of information.
Point
Thank
of
you,
order,
Madam
Madam Speaker.
It's not proper.
I'm well guided.
Point of
I'm well
information.
guided,
Point of order, Madam
Point
Speaker.
of correction.
I'm
Point
well
of order,
guided,
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, point of
I
order.
have guided.
Point of
I'm
information.
already guided.
I'm
I
rising.
don't want to be informed.
I'm rising on order, point of order number 87. He has made allegation. He either withdraws. We cannot just let it
It
pass.
is not an
Yes,
allegation.
Madam
It is an allegation.
Two members
He either
standing.
withdraws or
Madam Speaker, we can
Point
take
of
two
information.
members on the floor.
Point of information.
An allegation, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Point of information.
Allegation, Madam Speaker.
Point of information.
It is not an allegation, Madam Speaker.
Point of information.
Can we have all the members seated? All members seated.
Point of information.
Honorable members. What I want to say, Honorable Kavyu, please, those things that to do with people's marks are just private. Let's not bring them to this house. And I have ordered an investigation into those matters. We will get all the information. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of information.
Point of information granted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to inform the honorable member that the problem which is trying to cure, it is a creation of the clerk who did not include our marks in the report.
Let's not take there. I have ordered for an investigation.
I'm informing the honorable member. I'm informing him that he is doing the right thing. And what he is saying, it
I
is
have
true.
ordered for an investigation.
Thank you.
Honorable member, have a seat. Honorable, have you finished? We move.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I continue, you might decide what you want to call it, but Madam Speaker, we are not sure whether we can trust the office of the acting clerk. Because
Let's do the investigation first, then we can come up with such recommendations.
as we also investigate, because Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, what you ordered for investigation is a different matter. You didn't include that. We also want the office of the clerk to tell us how those marks mutated, one from 9% to 98%, another one mutated from 20% to another one moved from 20%
Madam Speaker, point
to
of order.
95%.
Attention, members.
To 20%.
Honorable, have you just a minute? I want to bring to everybody's attention on contents of provisions of Standing Order H3. Contents of speeches. Neither the personal conduct of the governor or the deputy governor, nor the conduct of the speaker, the deputy speaker, the county attorney, clerk of the assembly, the fourth and fifth member of the county assembly service board, members of the county public service board, or county executive members shall be referred to adversely except upon a specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days notice has been given. So therefore, under those provisions of our orders, we cannot discuss anybody's conduct here among the list of identified dignitaries that have been mentioned. Let's proceed this, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand guided, but whether in presence or in absence of standing orders, it is clear. And this is what we want to tell the people of Machakos. Whoever you might get in today as the CCM member for water is a product of fraud and corruption and manipulation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
I oppose the report and dissent.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maida. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to go on a different trajectory. Madam Speaker, we have a report that we are discussing either to adopt or we throw it away. Madam Speaker, I'm really perplexed, let me use that word, by the happenings of the institution that we are seated in, debating and arguing about issues. Madam Speaker, I want to be on record that this house, honorable house, is on serious trial on matters of integrity. Madam Speaker, it is in public domain. We've just concluded a session that the results are in public domain. We are discussing another session of similar nature. And Madam Speaker, it is quite unfortunate that the matter under discussion today, Madam Speaker, which was discussed by a committee, went through the legal committee process. Within less than 10 minutes after the committee exited this house, the entire assembly was in full knowledge of what transpired in that committee. Madam Speaker, the report of the CASIP that we have just shut down, less than 10 minutes after it was conducted by the relevant committee, within less than 10 minutes, Madam Speaker, the entire assembly was in full knowledge of what transpired in that committee. Madam Speaker, I will be looking of lesser integrity when I stand here to discuss reports that have moved out of the assembly precincts without the consent of the committee's authorization and landed to the public out there. And then here we are, Madam Speaker, we are trying to substantiate the sum. It is fraud. The proceedings of the person in discussion today were in YouTube, which is a legally recognized information platform. Madam Speaker, we will be doing injustice to the people of Machakos. One, on matters of integrity that I've raised here. Two, to discuss on the person whose credentials, whose performance was outrightly judged by the public. Madam Speaker, in the full realization and recognition of the public and the residents of Mudhwani Ward whom I represent, Madam Speaker, I want to say this. I'm not supporting this report, and I'm requesting of your guidance, Madam Speaker, that the committee of appointment should be thoroughly investigated. And Madam Speaker, you have said we should not mention names. I will not mention a name here. But I can give the figures of what each and every member who was seated in that committee gave to that appointee, Madam Speaker. It's a matter of integrity. Let's, Madam Speaker, be honest to the people of Machakos. If we want to get a CEC who can deliver services to the people of Machakos, we must get that one person who is qualified, competent enough, and that person who deserves to be given that position. You cannot contradict yourself on a national information platform and you expect the people of Machakos to treat us normally. They will treat us abnormally. I don't support the report.
Honorable Majority. Oh, I understand, Honorable Majority, you have spoken.
Point of information, Madam Speaker. Point of information.
Madam Speaker.
Point of information, Madam Speaker. A mover of the sport cannot debate.
I did not contribute.
A mover of the motion cannot debate.
A mover of motion cannot debate.
Madam Speaker, a point of information.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
I'm on the floor. You have given.
We cannot have the mover of the motion
Mover
debating,
of the
Madam
motion
Speaker.
cannot debate.
How can he debate,
Madam
surely?
Speaker, let them quote the standing.
No.
No.
They are raising.
But you'll have your right to reply.
I am addressing the Speaker. Madam Speaker, let us also quote this standing order that they are famously, that they are so famous of saying, quote the standing order. If indeed the standing order, Madam Speaker, if indeed the standing order states that I cannot contribute to this motion as a mover, I will sit down. Don't have a problem with that. But it should be guided by standing orders. In the meantime,
have that provision where it says that a member cannot contribute twice.
I want you to quote the standing order. Just quote the standing order. If the standing order says that Mheshimiwa will sit down, I like procedure and I will like obeying the law. I am currently, Madam Speaker has currently given me the ground. I'll be guided by Madam Speaker. I'll be guided. I am on the floor.
Honorable members, Honorable Majority, have a seat. I'm guided by provisions of Order 78. No member shall speak more than once to a question except in the committee of the whole assembly. Yes. So,
Madam Speaker, I am seeking for your guidance.
Yes.
I'm speaking for your guidance.
Yes.
I did not contribute to the motion. I read the report, but I did not.
Point of information, Madam Speaker, on the same. On the same. Then, Madam Speaker, the question is, the question that we are asking then, from what you have said, Madam Speaker.
Information?
Yes, guided from what you have said,
Yes.
if we allow the leader of majority to speak now, then that means you'll have no right again to speak again. Because you'll have no right. So
he has explained that he was only moving the report.
Thank you, Madam.
Yes.
So I'm allowed to contribute.
Can proceed.
Thank you. My contribution doesn't necessarily consist a right to reply. Madam Speaker, my right to reply, because I'm the mover, might not even necessarily agree with what I'm about to say. So, honorable members, let us stop this panic mode so that we finish this matter either way. Madam Speaker, I will not dwell on the matters that have been raised outside what the Committee on Appointment presented to this House. I'm not going to dwell on that, on those matters. And thank you for offering direction that any facts outside the report be investigated. I would be open to any investigation because I know I'll be asked questions and I'll be able to answer. On the report that we provided, I want to say categorically that I support it wholly. I support it wholly because I find the nominee suitable for appointment in the docket of water. Based on the curricula vitae she provided, based on the academic transcript, and based on her, when I interacted with her CV, I found her suitable. Madam Speaker, I'm not feeling protected.
You're protected. You just said you interacted with her.
Point of
TV.
information, Madam Speaker. Point of information, Madam Speaker. Point of information, Madam Speaker.
A point of information taken. What information, Honorable Majority?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a concern pertaining our today's debate. There have been so many issues of integrity which have been raised pertaining this report, and the Honorable Majority Leader is trying to defend the report. I have my humble request, Madam Speaker, that first we suspend this report until the investigations which you have ordered be done, and then it can now find its way back to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We cannot continue to justify an illegality, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Majority.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I already said matters that have been raised, you have sufficiently said that they are going to be investigated. And, honorable members, the proceedings of this House cannot be stopped by a third party. They can only be stopped by this House. What begins in this House must end in this House. Notwithstanding the investigation, what begins in this House must end in, before this House. So let us go back to the issue of the nominee. I found it laughable when we sat in the committee, and as we famously say, let the majority have their way and the minority have their say. So it is okay that we have some members who dissented. But they, of course, they acknowledge that there are recommendations that were made by the majority, and that is what we should be discussing. Should we go with what the majority recommends, and that is to approve for nomination, or should we go with the way of dissenting voices? Madam Speaker, I submit that this House agrees to approve the report on the appointment on the basis of the nominee having passed the test. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Paul, I'm sorry, I'll give you again, and Honorable Katangi. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me first of all thank members for your patience. It's already past lunch hour. But, Madam Speaker, let me say this. Today, for the first time, I'm very ashamed of being a member of this House, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as one member has contributed, it is in the public domain. And let me tell you something, members. These are not the old days. Members of Kibaoni Ward are watching what happens in this House. Members of Machako Central, Ndalani, everywhere, watch the proceedings of this House, Madam Speaker. Let me say that we exercise delegated authority. We were sent here by our people to give them the best service, to give them the best of our opinion based on the facts at hand. Madam Speaker, I followed this debate on YouTube. And as I was following, because I've previously sat in committees where we vet officers of this county. by the end of the whole process, I already had an opinion that today we did not get the right candidate, Madam Speaker. The candidate in question has a degree in development studies, which she got the other day, which she has not practiced for a long time, even if she would have practiced. She has got 3 years experience as a board member of Tanadi. Madam Speaker, we are talking about the issues of water in this county. We are talking about issues of life and death, because water is life. Members, I know the group that supports this motion, this report, love the governor a lot. But I want to tell you that you are the first people that are failing the governor by giving her extremely incompetent people. I will not be part of the team that fails the governor, that fails the county, that fails the people of Machakos County for poor services delivered in this county. If you look at the kind of turnover we have had in this county, part of it is because the appointment committee either committed the same illegalities that we are seeing today, or they were otherwise coerced to pass a certain person. That is where our county is. And Madam Speaker, as one Mheshimiwa said, the allegation of money changing hands, the allegation of marks, awarding marks, and later, because of some few coins, going back to change those marks, is an illegality in itself. It goes against Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, Madam Speaker. And I want to ask, to put it to you, Madam Speaker, whether it is in order for this House to continue discussing an already confirmed illegality, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I said, we are here to operate on a delegated authority. As the member of Kibaoni, Madam Speaker, the people of Kibaoni did not delegate authority to me to come and be given 10,000 shillings so that I support a certain perspective. Madam Speaker, I'm very sure the member of County Assembly, Machakos Central, was not given delegated authority by the people of Machakos Central to come and give money to people so that they can change their opinion, Madam Speaker. And no other member has been brought into this House to take bribes on behalf of their people, Madam Speaker. I will choose to stand on the right-hand side of history. I will choose to stand on the right-hand side of the truth, Madam Speaker, and I reject this report with all my body parts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mike.
Madam Speaker, my name is Boniface Maeke, and for your information, I'm a specialist in water engineering. That is the course which I did, a biosystems engineer, and a specialist in water matters. Madam Speaker, I was glued into the vetting process which I watched carefully. And I know it's a bit hard for me to stand here at this moment because the said candidate, maternal home, is from Iwane Kalama. So I would be doing very bad to stand and probably oppose or doing anything. But Madam Speaker, 3 things have been drawn to my attention. We've all sat in vetting committees, Madam Speaker. And this honorable House, through the guidance of standing orders, have produced a template and the tablet has a way of awarding marks, which acts as a guidance. And the purpose of that guidance was to ensure that marks are awarded fairly and in accordance to a certain set, so that whoever sits in those committee doesn't probably push for their vested interest. Madam Speaker, requirement number 1 is relevant degree. And relevant degree translates to 25 marks. So outrightly, that candidate could not score over 75. So anybody putting 97%, 30% is an indication that something is not right. And Madam Speaker, most of the time we've stood before this house, make opposition or make wordings, we've seen as if we are out to fight the government. Because we belong to the minority. Others belong to the majority. Madam Speaker, if there is a docket, which you remember the other day here, we were looking at their performance, was the docket of water. And if there are people who are making a lot of cries, Madam Speaker, and a lot of things that I've done is done in that docket, Madam Speaker, it will be very unfair. And I urge my fellow members, unless there is some interest, no one here has the power to appoint a CCM, save for the governor. The governor has given the majority leader power and leeway to ensure that the business of the government sees the end of the day. And we have no problem with that. But as a serious person who is an environmentalist, a serious environmental enthusiast, a person who has been pushing for good things, because I've sat together with you in the Environment Committee, and I've listened to you dispense information. Always learn one thing, my good friend and my neighbor, to always...
Please address the chair.
Yes, kindly. My points are usually arranged well in the Abdul Oblongata, and sometimes when you disrupt us, we lose the focus, and we don't want to lose the focus. So, Madam Speaker, it would be the best thing, the best gift we can give, the best Fasaka gift we can give to the governor would be giving her the right person for the right job. Because no one here has any interest of whoever is coming. But we are simply saying, Governor, you can do this. You can stop this issue, appoint this person in gender, because she is very well in gender. But I don't know, because of experience, whether she's even going to get the marks. Secondly, Madam Speaker, let me tell you, I listened to these YouTube interactions. And you will see after this, people will start mocking us and making memes out of us. Because the said candidate used to answer, what is this? I'll consult. What is this? I'll consult. What is this? I'll consult. And one of the members made a very good question. What is the machine which is used to drill water? And she said, a tractor. Let me tell you, Madam Speaker, if we give this person 800 million, she is going to buy tractors. And then when she buys the tractors, just listen, she is going to buy tractors to drill water. And the people of Kalama will not miss the rigs. Madam Speaker, we've heard about allegations, but technically, members, even if this report doesn't see the end of the day, after 14 days, the governor has a leeway of assenting to the opinion. So I would rather, Madam Speaker, you make a very good ruling, we give away to the committee and make a good advisory, because advisories can be made to the governor. And remember, Madam Speaker, we need a CCM for water very urgently, because the department is worrying. So, Madam Speaker, on account of all those what I've said, lack of experience, lack of relevant degree, those technicalities. Because somebody can go to court and sue this honorable house and say, you employed somebody who never was there. Otherwise, I reject it, and I pray that we make the right decision, honorable members, for the sake of the people. Madam Speaker, as I finish, it's unfortunate that marks can change, and we rebuke that spirit of changing marks. It should be defeated, because we cannot have marks changing and just changing miraculously. So whoever, as you've investigated, let the investigation be thorough and thorough and thorough. Otherwise, I reject and also reject again.
Thank you. Honorable PK.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I raise, first of all, to say that I'm a committee member to the appointment committee. And for the record, my dissenting opinion is captured fully. And I have to make the following, Madam Speaker. One, that I sat in this house when we were doing the vetting process. And I remember one day a good friend called Mwanga said that when the crocodile comes out of water and tells you that the hippo is dead, you have no obligation to refuse, because the crocodile stays with the hippo in the water. Madam Speaker, we carried our own investigation. And one thing we came to realize that the nominee did not have the relevant degree. And they want to dispute a fact being shared in this house. Someone saying that he went through the transcripts and that he found some of the units related to water. Madam Speaker, I did my law degree, and one of my units was medical law. Do I qualify to be a doctor? Yet in the law school, I did a unit on medical law. Can I be appointed? Can I be employed as a medical superintendent? Because I did a unit and my bachelor's law as a medical superintendent, because I did that unit, that one cannot happen. You either have the relevant degree or you don't have. Madam Speaker, we went ahead. I want to tell these members that we need to help the government deliver and perform. But if we want the government to fail, let's push and let's approve the report so that now we may help the governor to fail. Let's approve the report to help the governor to fail. Madam Speaker, of cognizance, we asked the nominee a very fundamental question pertaining the appointment, whether she is aware about Water Act. Madam Speaker, Section 43 of that report, the nominee said, I'm not conversant with the Water Act, where the nominee is being proposed to act on the behalf. Madam Speaker, I want to say to this House that sometimes we can joke and do so many things. But my grandmother told me that a son-in-law cannot advise his mother-in-law on how to sit properly. We either assist this government or we decide not to assist them. Madam Speaker, I stand hereby with the people of Mbuyuni to reject the report where I sit, because the report is as the result of fraud and corrupt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Katangi. Honorable Katiti, after that, Honorable Mulinge, Honorable Ngunga. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Felix Ngoi, representing the people of Katangi. Madam Speaker, I have stood here to support this report from the Committee on Appointment. And Madam Speaker, I want to say that I have looked at the membership of the Committee of Appointment, and the committee is chaired by the Speaker. And looking at the members who sit in this committee, I can see these are members of integrity. So many members here have talked of issues of integrity without a proof, but I'm happy that you have directed that investigations be done. But I want to believe a committee that is chaired by the Speaker is a committee of integrity. Madam Speaker, we discuss reports here in the Assembly, looking at the details of the report, not what we hear from the public. Madam Speaker, I have been looking at the report and I have realized that, and it is very clear in black and white, that the nominee was asked several questions and the answers have already been put here. I heard my learned friend, Mheshimiwa Maike, say that the nominee was asked about the machine that drills ball, and the nominee said it's a tractor. But to the contrary, the report is very clear that the nominee answered the question, and she said that the machine is a drilling rig. The nominee was also asked about the process of identifying ball water. And it's very clear that she answered very well that the process is done by a geologist. It is very clear in the paper, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, following the report that is already in the floor of this House, I want to say that I find the nominee fit to be the CECM for water in this Machakos County. And let me state this. A CECM for the county government is a policy maker. Works only with the policy. The department has got qualified engineers who are going to assist the nominee to dispense his work at the department. So, Madam Speaker, without much ado, can we approve this nominee so that we can give the governor an opportunity to have someone to assist her in the Department of Water, Madam Speaker. In that regard, I support.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Katiti. And then, Honorable Minority, I have not given you. I'll give you then, after which Mulinge and Honorable. Okay, that's okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I want to appreciate the Committee of Appointment because they had that time to put the nominee in the position of the CCM water. Remember, Madam Speaker, it is in this assembly that I once said that the truth as sharp edges and hard corners. And sometimes some people here, honorable members here wanted to clobber me. But now the truth is emanating from the committee, what goes on mostly in the committees and in particular in the Committee of Appointment because of those allegations that are being brought up by those members who have those dissenting voices. In the Bible, it comes a time when we must choose between the right and the wrong. I take you to the episode of the mountain of Carmel, where Elijah, who was just a prophet alone, had to stand against the gods of Jezebel, who are more than 400, so that the people of Israel had to choose who was the right God to follow and who was the wrong God not to follow. So time has come in this assembly that we must take the issue of integrity into extreme consideration. Because if such accusations will be coming here, because I wonder how, if the CCM, because I watched the clip as it was going on, will be advising the governor, whom we love so much, in the issues of water, and she doesn't know, he shouldn't be assisting her in the policy making, then this county is even doomed to follow even more. So, my request is, I support the members led by Honorable Kisila, Honorable Kafyu, and Honorable PK in support of the dissenting voice opinion. So I reject that report.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
Gunga.
I think I was next on the line.
It's okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also catching my eye. I want to be sober, Madam Speaker, and first of all start by appreciating
Point of order,
your
Madam
patience.
Speaker. Point of order. From standing order number 78, is it allowed for a member to speak twice in the same motion?
It was
Mheshimiwa Ngonga has spoken and is still repeating himself. Madam Speaker, you'll have to help us curb Mheshimiwa Ngonga in blocking us, because he's commanding us, and you are there to protect us, Madam Speaker.
I will protect you.
Then he's speaking the second time in the same motion, which is not allowed in the standing
I will
orders.
protect every member in this house because you all belong to me.
Thank you,
I
Madam
have
Speaker.
given Honorable Ngunga an opportunity to speak.
Standing orders maintain that we have to speak once in
It
a
was on
motion.
point of information.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I
You
think
see, I am noting everything with me here.
Thank you, Madam
I
Speaker.
note everything.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's orderly. I think, Madam Speaker,
Proceed,
it's
Honorable.
only orderly that we spend our time in the right way, because this is the first time I'm standing to contribute on this motion. Otherwise, I've been on point of orders. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I just want to say difficult moments call for difficult decisions, and I know you are sitting on a very odd chair because you have to make a very serious decision, because the truth must be said, and it has been said by the members who have spoken before me. It is common knowledge that when the vetting committee sits, it sits in a public domain. And so there is nothing that is going to be hidden here. When members say that this should be proven and that should not be proven, it is clear that what the proceedings of the committee were in the YouTube, they were actually public. And every member of this county has already made their opinion about this nominee. Madam Speaker, if you look at the assessment form that we have been furnished with, that we use even in our committees, gives us a schedule that has been talked about by members here that I do not want to go, lighting on. One of the questions that boggles our mind, Madam Speaker, is to ask, as members that are given the authority to vet, then are we given a blank check? Are we given a blank check where, for example, if Mheshimiwa Ngunga sits on the vetting appointment committee, I can be able to give a member 100%, or I can give 20% upon my discretion? Because, Madam Speaker, I know the reason, and excuse me, members, when members on the seated here, you either come on a point of order, information, or you wake up and contribute. I am now contributing. It is orderly that you just listen to me. And in case, Madam Speaker, a member is given the opportunity to sit on the appointment committee, there are guidelines that we are supposed to be using here that have been spoken about by members here. So then, Madam Speaker, the question that we should be asking ourselves here, issues of integrity, altering of marks, and all that has come vis-a-vis the nominee that was in front of us. The question that we'll be asking us as a plenary here, because the reports are supposed to be brought to plenary for approval or disapproval, we are supposed to be asking ourselves, are we going to proceed with an illegality, or are we going to stop the illegality and we do the investigations, or are we going to put, as usual, this report into
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
Excuse me, Madam Speaker. I think there is quality time that the leader of majority has been having.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, what is before us is not an illegality. What is before us is a report on appointment, procedurally brought before this House. Before this House, and I beg you that you guide that members discuss the content of this report. Allegation you have already said are going to be discussed and investigated outside this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I just want to register my feelings so that the people of Mua who send me here can hear me.
Proceed, because
I am saying,
actually
Madam Speaker,
illegalities
upon
that
your
have been-
direction that you have given.
Dissenting opinion, those are illegalities that have come out there.
Yes, and therefore, Madam
Members, just
Speaker,
ventilate.
you have already directed. Just a minute.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
You
I
chaired
agree
this committee.
dissenting opinions
Yes.
could be illegalities because they have not been proven. But also the recommendation of the committee cannot be part of the illegalities. That's what we are saying.
What I'm saying is that there are illegalities that have been captured by members of the committee, isn't it? There is no harm with a member mentioning them.
I don't have
They
a
are
problem.
here with us in the
I am, my only worry is...
Madam Speaker, I'm drawing to your attention that we have 2 members on their feet.
I am on point of
Being
information.
made aware whether he's on his feet.
I am on point of information. I have not finished.
No, she has not given, the Speaker has not given you leeway.
I've given a ruling, please.
Yes.
I've said that there are illegalities here. Don't stop people from mentioning them. Members who are-
Madam Speaker, I am seeking for your guidance. You know, the honorable member said that what is before the House is an illegality.
Have a seat.
Madam Speaker, if you allow me, I just want to make quick of my submission because now much has been said about this here, and Madam Speaker, you have made a ruling.
Proceed.
Based on the contents of this report here, and the chairman of the report would be serving us right if he gave us time to debate. Because you chair this committee, you are there. Don't feel agitated, as members have said, as we raise our concerns here. That is why you brought the report here, for us to be able to raise our concerns here. Tafadhali tulia. So, Madam Speaker, I am asking, and that will also need your direction, to tell us whether we will be in order to proceed with the issues that you have said. Because if we make a decision as a House, that decision will still be binding. And look again here, you'll have given direction on direction on investigations. Then, Madam Speaker, the question that I want the House to ponder, and this is actually going forward, Madam Speaker, we will have to acquaint ourselves with the approvals, the assessment form. I asked myself when I was seated here, Madam Speaker, if a requirement of a degree is given by the appointing authority, and a member is presented to you as a committee, and that member does not have a degree, then, Madam Speaker, the question that I'll be asking myself as a teacher for the last 25 years, Madam Speaker, will you be apportioning that candidate marks based on the 25 marks that are given there? How is this candidate going to acquire a degree relevant within the time that is in front of you? Because the question is whether he has a degree or not. If he has a degree, he scores a clear 25. If he doesn't have a degree, then he loses a 25. And, Madam Speaker, the spirit of the assessment form was to ensure that candidates that were not competent do not find their way into our public offices. Number 2, if the same candidate does not have the relevant experience, that candidate again loses 25 marks. So on the onset, a candidate that is not competent will have lost 50 marks by the start of the scoring. So the question that I'm asking, Madam Speaker, here, and I think I've been really worried, are we going to give members of the appointment committee a blank check where members will be able to score if the report says that this degree was not relevant, like somebody has pointed out here? Are we going to allow them if they scored 98, or we will need to go to a scrutiny about the awarding of these marks here? Because this is one of the things that, Madam Speaker, has been bedeviling this House. Questions of integrity have been raised here by members. These members here, Honorable Kisila, Honorable Kavi, and Honorable PK, sit in that and I am also wonder today, the leader of minority today seems to be dumb. He has not been able to say, and he sits in that committee. Today is interesting. One of the most outspoken men in this country is quiet today when we are talking about the appointment committee, where he has been sitting.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
Because
point of information, Madam Speaker.
These issues. Don't mention any member. They will stand up and talk. When they have
point of information. Point of information.
Honorable.
But I'm informed, Madam Speaker, he has a sick leave.
Madam Speaker.
So
you can wait.
Madam Speaker, I want to inform. I want to inform the immediate member. I want to inform the immediate member. It is an African to talk while you are eating. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm properly informed that the honorable member will not be able to talk because of what the other gentlemen have said. So I will be saying, Madam Speaker, therefore, Madam Speaker, I did say that as Mheshimiwa Kibaoni said here, we love the governor and we want our county to perform. There's no question about that. Motions have been coming here, appointment reports have been coming here. We have never had a debate of this length and this magnitude. Why particularly this particular one here? It is because I think members are raising issues of concern to your chair, to the chair, the appointing authority, to even ourselves here. I think we need to raise up to the occasion and serve the interest of the bigger community, not ourselves here. There is a bigger community that sent us here, that is watching us here, members, and these are the moments that you need to raise up to the occasion and say enough is enough. If you give a CC to a governor believes in that CC because he has gone through your vetting. And so the governor will give this lady mandate, full mandate. And as Mheshimiwa Mike said the other day, she will bring you tractors here in place of bringing rigs because she doesn't know this. Why is it that you cannot refer this report to the governor and tell her, Madam, we have found this not fitting, give us another lady, we will approve immediately. A lady of the principal side qualifications, the right experience here, even if you want from your party. We have no issues here. As a minority party, we have no preferences. In fact, we are here to just enlighten the issues that you guys don't seem to be seeing. So members of this assembly, let me tell you, when we work out here, I have just seen snapshots of what is going on here. Majority Leader versus Brian Kizila. Issues of bribery. Bedevil the county assembly. That is what is going around here. So now, Madam Speaker, are we going to allow this report here to be debated? Because as they say, they have the numbers. So, but the good thing about it, Madam Speaker, is that we have said it. We have said it, and we hope the public is listening to what we have said here. Today, if the CC goes through, it is against the experience, the relevant work, lakini pesa imegeuza mikono. Asanteni.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member, Honorable Minority, then Honorable Mulinge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Sometimes the senior men keep quiet to hear what others are saying, so that in case they err anywhere, they can correct. Honorable Speaker, I will start by saying that I do support the report before this House. Let that one go on record, and as I'm contributing here, I'm contributing as Honorable Ndawali representing the great people of Matru, not party, this time round. Because most cases, when I speak, they say that is not the position of the party. Honorable Speaker, I want to be very clear here. People do see things in different perspectives. This bottle of water, has some water. If you ask person A to describe this bottle together with the water, one will say the bottle is half full. Another person will say the bottle is half empty. Why this difference? Some people see things in what we call negative attitude. Negative attitude. Those who have negative attitude will see it half empty. Those who have positive attitude will see it half full. Honorable Speaker, I sat here when we were doing this vetting. And before we started even questioning, members who sit in that committee were talking and talking loudly that we must fail this lady. I don't want to be used by anyone. I ask myself, I've never met this lady. I've never heard anything either bad or good about that lady. Why should I now be coerced to have a negative attitude against somebody who has not done any mistake? Honorable Speaker, going by these books, the lady has what we call first degree. Let it go on record. The lady has first degree. The issue of relevance is about experience. as per the books. So, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to experience, the lady worked with Tanavi for 3 years. And she has been working in our farm for more than 10 years. 3 years plus 10 years, that is more than 13 years. And that is more than enough. Honorable Speaker, from the talking which was here, there are issues of Machakos politics here. Some people are saying that we are trying to empower this lady so that the husband can capture Machakos seat. This house is not going to be used to advance personalities here. And we are not going to allow this. I'm not going to be used. My 2 people send me to this house because they have trust in me. And they know that is the only gentleman who cannot be bribed. That is the only gentleman who cannot be coerced. So, Honorable Speaker, let us do our work with what we call due diligence. And as we are speaking, Honorable Speaker, there is what we call in our law, in our books of laws. Honorable Speaker, every person has a duty of care to his neighbor. And Honorable Speaker, when it comes to issue of law, a neighbor is not somebody who has a house next to you. A neighbor is not somebody who sits next to you. In eyes of law, a neighbor is somebody who can be affected by your deeds, either directly or indirectly, whether in America, whether in this house. So when you are mentioning people, you are giving statements that are trying to injure other party. You are not doing it correctly. Honorable Speaker, there is what we call injurious in damnam. You release statements here. You injure somebody's reputation. And you injure the family members. Because that particular person has family. She's a mother of kids. She's a wife to somebody. And she has relatives. Honorable Speaker, there is deliberate attempt by some members here, I don't want to name anybody, to frustration the operations of this county, and we are not going to allow that. We have stayed for a very long time without a CCM in Department of Water. Should we stay forever? This is a high time. We are giving that lady that docket. Let her sit there. Let her gain experience while working on that lady, on that docket. So, Honorable Speaker, a lot has been said since morning. And there is this competition of who is who. Who is who? Who is who? Members, let us wake up. Let us wake up. The politics which are done in this town of Machakos should not be brought to this house. This is a collection of all wards of Machakos, and we are not going to be used by anyone. I do support and I plead with the members to agree with the report and pass that late as soon as possible. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Helen Detty, then Honorable Anastasia, Honorable D, Chairman Finance, Honorable Mwaki, and Honorable Winnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mine is to say that after all that I've listened, I read the report and I've seen that the recommendations of this candidate by the Committee of Appointment are in order. The lady is qualified. I don't want to repeat because already we know she's a graduate. She has experience in other places. And as one of our members said, she's not going to work alone in that department. She will have engineers who will be able to assist her in her policy decisions. All I would say is that it's very unfortunate for us as members of or leaders to dress down a whole lady, a lady of respect. To say such bad things about her, I think is unfortunate, and we need women power in this bunge. Let us support our women. They are qualified, they can do it, and they can perform just as men can. So I'm asking every one of us to support this lady so that she can come and assist in making sure that there is water in Machakos. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Anastasia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for catching my eye. First, I would like to thank the committee which brought this report before this floor. They did a very good work. I listened to the report fully, and I feel that the lady is qualified. We are in an era of advocating for 2/3 gender rule, and Madam Speaker, when you empower a woman, you empower the whole world. And what a man can do, a woman can do better. So I stand to support the report, and I ask this House to continue supporting women leadership and supporting 2/3 gender rule, so that women can be fully supported. I stand to support the report, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable D.
Thank you.
Honorable Buva, I'll give you an opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I'll be very brief. I
Please.
support the motion.
Yeah, because we have no time.
I support the motion
Yeah.
and conditionally, let's give this lady a chance to serve this good county. The issues of integrity, I don't think they hold water, because I had expected the three dissenting voices, all of them to return the money, but only one returned. But if it would have been better if the other two would have returned, we would have taken it more seriously. So I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable D. Honorable Chair, Finance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I arise to support the motion as a member of the Appointments Committee. Despite the fact that I was not present, but I trust that the committee majority did the work that they're supposed to do with integrity. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. It is high time that we uphold the unity of this House. Divisive politics will not mature to give peace in this House. It is important that we understand that we need to respect the positions of everyone and every member. Honorable Speaker, while we are still calling others names and complaining, our people are watching. It is important that we serve this House with integrity, and we also commit ourselves to do what is right. We have people in Machakos who have no jobs. This lady has an opportunity. Let us allow that particular nominee to perform her duty. It is the responsibility of the governor to weigh whether she's done it in the right way. She can either be moved to another department and serve if she finds so fit. Honorable members, I beg of you that we allow the nominee to do the job. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Mbuva, Honorable Rosina, Honorable Winnie had given you an opportunity so that you can say, but I skipped you, I'm sorry. Then you'll follow in that order, Honorable Mwaki and Honorable Pasi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had to move a little bit to a higher microphone. Thank you for granting me the opportunity. I want from the onset to say I do support the approval of this report. In fact, Madam Speaker, I had occasion to watch on YouTube. I benefited from the digital space to watch the proceedings, and I was amused at the competence of the said lady. Actually, my fear was she could be overqualified. Honorable Speaker, you know, people see things differently, as Mheshimiwa Ndawa has said. And when you look at a situation, you analyze it according to what you see. Madam Speaker, it is expected that when we are in this House, it is not possible for us to see things the same way. Because, first of all, we are elected from different areas, and we are also espouse ideologies of different parties. So,
guided by the interest that we espouse, we can't see things the same way, but that does not make us even enemies. Madam Speaker, I have heard people say that the lady has a degree, or some say she doesn't have a degree, issues of the relevance of degree. Madam Speaker, I know you went through university training, and those who have done do understand the intensity of a person to acquire even the first degree. People do understand the scope of education for one to acquire a degree. It will not be fair to say a person who has a university degree can be classified as a person who is illiterate. It will be grossly unfair. If the said lady at least has a university degree, that is a person who is knowledgeable and has an open mind. Madam Speaker, I've also heard that she may not have relevant training for the said job. Madam Speaker, we have precedents. We have people who are serving as cabinet secretaries in the national government who do not have essentially the training for the areas they lead. And they have been very competent. And I can cite, we have the Minister for Education today in the Republic of Kenya who is just a lawyer. That person is not an educationist, but he is performing. She has other competencies. The person has other competencies which combined can yield to the demands of that office. Madam Speaker, I would have said much, but because of the time, I can see now I have persuaded majority of the House. We can move to the question. I beg to support the report. We give the lady the job and we will evaluate our performance. There is even room for correction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Rosina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Rosina Kanini, Special Elect, Wiper Party. Madam Speaker, first, I'll be brief. First, I want to applaud the committee, appointment committee for a thorough work done. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, as members of the majority party side, we have confidence on our members in that committee. So it's not questionable. Madam Speaker, I know the lady, Wayua. I know she's a hardworking lady, and I'm very sure as ex-next that she's going to assist the governor in achieving a manifesto of Leumesane Besa Movuko. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support the report.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Winnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the motion. Number one, Madam Speaker, it's good to note that the three members that descended on the motion, they read and they signed. I'm wondering why they signed if they were uncomfortable with the report. Number two, it's like the center stage of Machakos politics is coming slowly into this house. We cannot kill what we've birthed because of center stage of politics of Machakos. As we are being investigated, can you also investigate the three members because of the center stage they are trying to stage in this assembly of Machakos politics? We should not bring the politics of Machakos constituency in this assembly. So they also need to be investigated, and also we should get the investigation thoroughly done. Because even when we were starting to interview the honorable member, they end up preconceived mind that we should not pass that lady. So we need also a thorough investigation also done on them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Musila.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start by registering my unqualified support for the employment of this particular lady. On two grounds. One, her having been appointed to the board for that length of time means that she was managing Tana Athi. And where we want to take her is only a managerial position, which does not require that academic qualification. Here we are, members of the County Assembly of Machakos, None of us went to a school to be taught how to represent here. Here we are. We are representing. That is two. That is one. To quote Honorable Ngonga, just a few minutes ago, he said he's been a teacher for 25 years. Yet today is a contractor mtajika in Machakos. Yet he has never been to a class of engineering. Today, are you not managing? I don't want us ourselves.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
We do not need to.
I have been mentioned. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Should give me.
The mention was a good one.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
The mention was
Standing
a good
order.
one.
Yeah,
Which standing order? Which standing order?
87, of course. Act on issuance of facts.
Madam Speaker.
Facts.
You can't speak twice, Honorable Member.
No, I'm on a point of order, Madam. I'm saying.
That is why I'm saying.
Madam Speaker, if only you allowed me finish. If only you allowed me finish.
Allow him.
Yeah, I've not spoken. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to draw a parallel of what we are trying to discuss about managerial positions. Yet today we give her the water docket. Tomorrow, Madam Governor may be transferring her to another one. The ladies or the other CCMs who have come ahead of her, were they engineers in water? No, they weren't. And they performed. They dug both. They did everything. That ministry has enough engineers to buy those drills, to buy tractors, or to do anything else. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Pasi and Honorable Maundu, and we end it there.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Daniel Moindi. I belong to Committee of Water. I'm the chair of that committee. And Madam Speaker, we have stayed for so long in our committee without a minister of water. So immediately we want that nominee to be given that chance so that my committee can go on. So members, the committee which found already is that nominee is qualified, that Speaker, you can now put the question so that our committee can get a minister immediately. Thank you very much. Asante.
Honorable Maundu. Then I had closed, but I can allow you, Honorable Monga.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. My name is Dixon Maundu, MCA Kangundo Central Ward. And I want to stand here to say a very big no to the report that is before this Honorable House. My reason, Honorable Speaker, is one. Yesterday, we were here in the same assembly interrogating the CECM finance. And I am on a record claiming that our young ladies, our young children who have gone to school are being transferred and being deployed in sweeping positions in this county by the CCM finance. Honorable Speaker, I wonder now how this Honorable House can stand and support papers of a purported candidate in the candidature of CCM. If yesterday we were not able to support papers.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Point of information. Points of information.
Granted.
Thank you,
Honorable
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, is it? I just want to inform the honorable member that we are not purporting we are actually presenting a report before this House with the recommendation so that the House does the final report. We are not purporting. We are presenting a report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable.
Well-guided, Honorable Speaker. My point is very clear. I want to support our children. I want to support our people who are in school currently. I want to support those who are employed in this county with proper papers. And I wonder how then a committee with all powers sees a candidate who is not fit. Madam Speaker, you have already ruled that investigations need to be done on the allegations done. Madam Speaker, I want to say a very big no to this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable, put the question. Okay. I need to... sorry, let me allow you to... Let us allow him. Honorable Mulinge, proceed. Yeah.
Madam Speaker,
Take two minutes.
I will take 2 minutes. Madam Speaker, I was supposed to have talked, but when one of us brought the issue of Machakos constituency politics in the assembly, that made me fast to lose the points I was supposed to say. Madam Speaker, the matter we are discussing of a committee of appointment that said a guideline on awarding the marks. And I will be very brief, Madam Speaker. On the area of work experience, it is very clearly indicated the nominee has to have a degree, a relevant degree in relation to water. And a relevant degree, water is science. Water has a lot of relationship with the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And Madam Speaker, somebody who is doing theology will interact with mathematics. And a degree in theology cannot be related to a degree of water management. So, Madam Speaker, if we were using the checklist and awarding marks as per the given marks, for instance, on education background, the nominee was supposed to have a degree in relation to a course of STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But somebody who has done development, it does not have any relationship. So if I was the one who was awarding, I'll give 2%. On the area of working experience, I'm disputing the marks we were given. On the area of working experience, the skills and the learnability of the nominee is supposed to be a wide scope of 5 years. But the mover of the motion tried to elaborate why the nominee has enough experience, more than 5 years. And what he gave was, apart from working in 3 years in Water Kamban, he was learning his own business. Madam Speaker, I'm talking, please. Madam Speaker.
The member.
you cannot relate a mountain with a anthill. So the experience of 2 years, I relate it with a anthill. And 5 years, requirement of 5 years experience, I relate it with a mountain. And if possible,
Honorable Mulinge, you are too
on the area of decision making, Madam Speaker, I was listening through online, YouTube, but the lady, the nominee, could not even tell the machine is supposed to be used when drilling a borehole. And at the same time, said everyone who was on online YouTube, that is a true story. And Madam Speaker, we are in agreement yesterday.
Honorable Mulinge, please wind up.
I'm winding. We were in agreement yesterday when the assembly performs, the executive performs. And even yesterday, but we were in disagreement when the executive, that is vice versa, the assembly does not fail. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, what we are trying to support is the results we are going to get the next few months in our wards. And because of the checklist and marks awarded, what I've seen correlating with the relationship of the relevant course is the marks wrongly awarded. That is 68 when it's supposed to be close to around 38. So, Madam Speaker, I reject the report.
May I invite the mover of the motion to respond?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and honorable members, for ventilating on this report. It's my sincere hope that the House is going to approve the nomination of the nominee. But before I finish, I would want to say, and it must go on record that, and I insist that the assessment of nominees was work of individual members in the committee. So, through the Speaker, if there's need maybe to look at the assessment committee form in a different way, we are open to that. I also want to congratulate the House and plead that you approve the report so that we promote the 1/3 gender rule, where we must be seen to be supporting women. And I also want to thank Her Excellency the Governor for nominating a lady to this docket. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I now put the question that this House adopts the 9th report of the Committee on Appointment on vetting of nominee for the appointment to the position of County Executive Committee member, Department of Water, Irrigation, Environment and Climate Change, laid on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 12th March 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 35 of the County Government Act 2012, Section 4 and 6 of the Public Appointments County Assemblies Approval Act 2017 and Standing Order 184, this House approves the nomination of Anastasia Wayua Victor as County Executive Committee member for the Water, Irrigation, Environment, and Climate Change. As many of the opinions say ayes. Ayes! As many of the contrary opinions say nay. Nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Michael.
Division. When the division. Division.
Division.
Honorable members, I need a consensus here that we have one more motion to go. Is it one? And we have the afternoon session. I was suggesting that we move this motion, debate without even going to the report, and approve it. Is it in order, member? Yes. It is for, what is the, ADP? I was... So we introduce it and have a break. Is that okay?
Madam Speaker, please, I'm proposing that we have spent a lot of energy.
Yes.
And the sugar levels have gone down. And Madam Speaker, we can even sit here up to late in the midnight. I think members, we should agree, because the remaining motions or businesses, the two businesses, are very important and very crucial. That is why I spared my energy. I did not contribute in these others. Please, Madam Speaker, direct that we take a break of about 1 hour, then we come back again. Yes.
Point of information, Honorable Speaker. Point of information.
Point of information granted.
Thank you, Madam
Then
Speaker.
Honorable
Thank you.
Yes.
This is a house of procedure. Once we break, we will have mutilated our standing orders. Morning session cannot be divided into two. If we split, we are mutilating our standing orders. Again, number two, if we say we stop, go out, it means now we'll have to go back to HBC.
Sure.
For balloting.
Yes.
So I humbly request my colleagues, let us take short time, go through the report, and maybe approve it so that when we move, we can now come after that short break you are taking for afternoon session. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What about if we just introduce the motion, propose, and it is seconded, then break and come and debate? Yeah, because we have introduced it, so it is part of the morning session. Yes. So it will just be a continuation. You don't have to ballot it, isn't it? No, let's not go that direction. Honorable Maitha.
I think I just want to resonate with what the Honorable Minority Leader said.
Yes.
The issue of the ADP, we have an ADP ahead of us, which is not much of the binding document. The CFSP ahead of us is everything. So what I would request is we can move the motion on the ADP, we adopt it as it is immediately, then we break and proceed for late lunch, then we come for the afternoon session and deliberate on the issue of the CFSP members, and especially the elected members. Once the CFSP ahead of us goes ahead and is adopted the way it is, we can never come back again and start making amendments on the same. So the ADP, we have passed the ADP, and I'm privy that every member is privy to the contents of what is contained in the ADP, especially from your various words. So I implore of you, the motion can be moved, we adopt it as within the next 5 minutes, and then we go and prepare to come and argue about the CFSP. My submission.
Thank you. I think Honorable Member has said it all. Let's take that process and we'll break after that. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, approval of report on consideration
of the annual development plan for the financial year 2025-2026.
May I invite Honorable Jeremiah Kaloi, Chairperson, Trade, Economic Planning and Industrialization Committee, to come forward and move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Section 126 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and the Standing Order 1905, I wish to move the motion that the Assembly adopts the report of Trade, Economic Planning and Industrialization Committee on the consideration of Annual Development Plan for the financial year 2025-2026 as laid on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 12th March 2025. Madam Speaker, may I call a seconder?
You may. You may. You proceed and call the
Madam
seconder.
Irene, my vice.
Thank you, honorable members. I now propose the question that this Assembly adopts the report of Trade, Economic Planning and Industrialization Committee on the consideration of Annual Development Plan for the financial year 2025-2026 as laid on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 12th March 2025. Before I ask the members to debate, honorable members, let's debate this matter. I understand you have been sent this report has been sent to the portal. Let's have a debate. Highlights. Go ahead and provide highlights.
Thank you.
I thought it had been sent and we had said that we are just going to approve.
Madam Speaker, maybe if you allow, we can go to committee recommendations.
Proceed and go to the committee recommendations. Let me have first.
That is page 22. Yes. 22. Number 1, that all the budget summaries across the sectors be provided in the line with the Section 126, 1G of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Number 2, that all sectors indicate list of projects earmarked to be undertaken during the FY 2025-2026 with their specific locations. Number 3, that going forward, the county executive member for finance should ensure that the annual development plan submitted to the county assembly are realistic and implementable within each financial year. Number 5, the CCM should also ensure that the development proposals contained in draft CIDPs are in line with the budget ceilings arising from deliberation of the respective sector working groups. That all sectors except water and irrigation sector, under the guidance of Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management Department, reconcile the cost and targets for various intended outputs in the ADP as provided in the CIDP year 3. Number 6, that the public views are annexed to this report be harmonized with those in the submitted ADP. Number 7, that prior to public participation of CIDP FY 2025-2026, the county treasury should include in the following information. 1, report on implementation of various House resolutions of the County Assembly of Machakos. 2, the report on how projects and priorities contained in previously approved ADPs have been transmitted to the ADP for the year 2025-2026. Lastly, that not later than 14 days after adoption of this report, the Finance, Economic, Planning and Revenue Management Department, in consultation with all other sectors, shall make all the amendments contained in these documents and submit revised copy of the Annual Development Plan 2025-2026 to the County Assembly for verification. Madam Speaker, in conclusion and pursuant to provision of Section 126.3 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order number 1905 of the County Assembly of Machakos Standing Orders, the Trade Economic Planning Resolution Committee recommends that the County Assembly adopts the report of Trade Economic Planning and Industrialization Committee on the consideration of the Annual Development Plan for the financial year 2025-2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I invite members to debate this report. Honorable members, Honorable Kaviu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the report, but maybe the mover of the motion at the point of replying, maybe he can make some clarification. My attention has been drawn to item 6.2. Maybe they can provide clarity. There is a proposal of doing a tourism hospitality institution at 300 million, and there is also a preservation of historical sites at a cost of 300 million. Maybe they can also shed some light on what exactly will be happening, as owing to the current competing needs, 600 million would be a huge amount to spend on preservation of historical sites, and also maybe once he provides clarity on what the hospitality institution is, that can help. And also, Madam Speaker, we might also, the Department on Education, I think for sometimes we have neglected the same, and in the report there is not much that has been captured in terms of ECD classes. Yet, Madam Speaker, to date we still have some of our ECD learners who do not have good learning facilities, and a very good example is one in Kalimakadei ECD center that is hosted by the Chumvi ABC Church. Those kids learn from a store, and it's no longer sufficient because the numbers have gone high. It's a very small store size of this area, and it has 70 kids who are learning on the same. And Madam Speaker, from the report, only renovation of 5 classes is what has been captured at a cost of 10 million. So, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether there is a way that aspect can be given a priority, because ECD education and VTC, those are our primary responsibility in terms of education. So when we are doing our plan, our projection, ECD education and VTC in terms of the county should be given a preeminence, because we are here because of those little kids. So only those 2 items have caught my attention. I think the other, and also just a few days ago, Madam Speaker, there are some clinical officers who had been deployed to the county under the USAID program that I think the sponsor who was the United States, is having some issue or some restructuring in their way they have been doing. And last week we had them come in here. They raised their issue. So I don't know whether it would be prudent if we can also look at how we are going to accommodate them, because they play a critical role in our health program. And the same way we adopted the CHV, who are now called CHW, I think it is a factor that we might need to consider, so that when it comes to budgeting, they are well taken care of, because they have been doing a good job. And the cutting short of the program by the United States government should not also lead to displacement of the same, because there is the opportunity and the need is still there. So we might need to take care of them by relooking at what we are adopting and ensure that we take into consideration, especially when we are looking at the CSSP report. Thank you.
That's very important. Those concerned can be relooked into and incorporated. Thank you. More debates, honorable members. I put the question. But then before I put the question, may I call Honorable Kaloi to just respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me take the opportunity to thank the Committee of Trade for really coming up with this report, and also thank members for supporting this report, and the member for Chumbi in one of our recommendation, number 8, that not later than 14 days after adoption of this report, the finance, economic planning, revenue management, in consultation with other sectors, shall make all amendments contained in these documents and submit a revised copy of the annual development plan. So those recommendations are going to be adapted also and added to the report. The other issue of preservation of historical sites. In our county, we have so many historical sites that cannot just be forgotten. So the tourism department is also looking at trying to preserve those sites for the generation that is coming. So thank you so much, members, and I need to appreciate also the House for the support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Kaloi. I now put the question that this Assembly adopts the report of Trade, Economic Planning and Industrialization Committee on the consideration of Annual Development Plan for the financial year 2025-2026 as laid down on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 12th March 2025. As many are of the opinion say ayes, as many are of the contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it. The House adjourns to Wednesday, 12th March 2025 at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Thank you. Thank you, members. See you then.